I'll wait until Dave gets here, make sure he's cool. Go from there.
Yeah, but
Well, Nick, how's it going?
if we're being taped here, though, we're gonna.
No, we're not right now. We're not doing it.
Vicki, you want to get that mute button off?
Sure.
And I'll take that back from you and set it over here. You are going live right now.
If we can wait till Dave comes.
Well, she's gonna set it up live. You don't have to start the meeting necessarily right now. If you're gonna be later.
He hasn't called or anything. I'm just, you know, it's still like a couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, she's getting it going because usually it takes
Oh, there he
30,
is.
40
I think that's
seconds.
how much.
Yeah, it looks like his truck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so,
You're fine.
okay.
You can just even, you know, you gotta wait a little bit, just say you're waiting for one member. All right, we'll be back to poke our head in sometime and see if you need anything.
Okay, great, thank you.
Boy, we're almost 6 feet apart.
I know, like, we scooted back a little bit, we're pretty good.
I'm a better man, but you don't have to worry about me.
Huh?
Aside from coming and going to and from my house,
So what is new and exciting?
Nothing much, just the one corner. I was trying to get some information, that Gander corner at Fountain Point. Well, I talked to one of the owners.
So that's kind of good you're gonna do that job.
Huh?
That's kind of good.
Well, I'm not.
Oh, no, it's not even close. Okay, never mind.
But I talked to the one kid there that, and he said they had a survey and he emailed me on here just before I left, so, but
I did,
and then it references a Jordy Fraser.
Is it a
survey.
Max Harris one?
Huh?
I'll send you the one.
No,
I
it's
got.
Michael
How you doing, man?
Geiser.
Hey.
How you doing?
How's
I
everyone?
did a job just north of Fountain
Good.
Point for a guy, but it didn't get far enough down to do,
No,
you know, I went down to the section
Snow
corner,
on
came
for
up to the
sleeting,
road.
whatever
and-
one you
Yeah.
wanna call it out there?
well, that's how they're all described.
Yeah, it's nasty out.
Yeah. So you gotta fill out the little questionnaire, and then you can put it in here, and then we'll put these over here somewhere.
Shut this thing off.
We're muted, we're good.
I don't need that on.
You don't have
How's everybody doing
Forever
in your neck of the woods? Good?
records.
Really good.
Sweet.
Why is what?
You don't have a lot of jobs.
Baby's good, mom's good.
Yeah, solid year old now, eh?
In the city?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
how mobile
A friend of mine
getting?
is selling a house.
She's not walking yet.
Good, now I
But
understand.
not leaving her where you put
That's
her.
where we're at.
Yeah, she's getting into everything.
Huh?
It's really fun to watch her.
I didn't hear you.
Chaos.
Do you mind if I
Oh,
use that pen?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Thank you.
So what do you think before we get going here? Is there anybody with a conflict on this day? We don't have to have it on this day, the 19th. What do you think? That gives us 1, 2, almost two
Well,
and
probably
a
not
half more
anymore.
weeks.
A few years ago, I'd have been in the UP that time.
Oh yeah, it's so many days after hunting, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's like 1, 2, 3, 4.
but.
I don't see that we're gonna get a better window on it, really.
I don't have a
Yeah.
better window on what.
If we go later, you got Thanksgiving and then you're into December, so we don't wanna go much later,
I know, 'cause what if,
so.
you
That's
know,
what
you
I mean, we
to
don't
wait
have
till we
much.
the meeting, so you could know what to stamp on your
The
disc.
19th.
19th's good with me.
Okay. Let's get situated
Do we need to go grab the old, GLO notes again? I got it, cool.
here. Yeah, because you'll be first, you can look for the map you need.
I tried to photocopy it and I realized my photocopy was way too small.
Yeah.
What is today's date?
The 29th.
29th. Can't believe it's November
You're
already.
old, 'cause you weren't here last year, it's just
It
being
goes in
born.
here.
Oh, it goes right.
Yeah.
Zoom. There
You
we go.
guys having a birthday party, right? Your birthday party?
That was on the 10th of this month.
Cool.
So we're live right now?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And it's a YouTube thing, in case you ever want to go back and.
If I get that bored.
Such a big deal. Call the meeting to order. The next, I'm going down this, by the way.
That's what I forgot.
Okay.
Okay. Roll call, okay, we're all here. And public comment. I'm supposed to announce that if anybody wants to call in, now's the time, 256-8109. We'll give them a minute on the phone. table in the room.
Oh, I guess I'll just go in the order that they're on here, eh? I could do about any of them.
Did you guys get a chance to look at, the minutes or no?
I did.
Briefly, I'm not gonna say I gave it a real long look, but what I did
This
look
would be
at.
last year's
That's last
minutes.
year. Everything's done as far as.
Everything's done, I mean,
Yep.
if anybody has an issue, otherwise, let's, all in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Last year's minutes are approved.
Alright,
All right,
cool.
now we're on to Zach.
I'll just go right down the list of stuff here in the order that you got it, for lack of a better way of doing it. Here is, I just filled out the timelines on the LCRCs, so the LCRC's got a long way to go, but it's just intended to have the first little section there with whatever.
Yeah, I was just gonna tell you guys, Nick, if you wanna use last year's form, you just gotta change this.
What?
This is 2019, last year's form, you know?
Oh,
You gotta remember to change that. And I think there's one other place.
This
on
little
here.
guy.
Yeah, there's something buried down a couple
Something on like the
pages.
third page or something where you gotta change it, yeah.
I didn't do a timeline on this one, or a distance sketch, just because I surveyed it, so, I just used my survey for that.
Okay.
But this is a corner between 25 and 26 on the north side of Big Glen. Here's what's there. And if anybody wants an aerial photo, there's photos of stuff around it here too, if anybody really wants to flip through them, but going through the time frame, the GLO came through instead of post.
Which corner is that on here now?
25 and
Oh,
26
this
right
one over
there.
here.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I didn't mark up the
Let
tax
me
map.
get this.
This
straight.
is.
Yep. So
So
on the,
right
on the survey, you've got
here, right there.
this con mon down on the
Yeah.
shore.
Okay.
Yeah. And, this is just, I didn't bring the detailed page because I wanted you to see the whole section. So this is just one page of the survey, but, anyway, I found a concrete tile monument down on the shore. Working in reverse, that concrete tile monument, and let me just go through the time frames on it. The
Okay.
GLO set a post at 1,600 feet, which is about 100 some feet north of where I'm at. I looked there,
Really?
did not, it's, if you look around where the GLO had the post, you can see where this corner is down on the shore. It's right on the shore. It's,
Right.
the fence
Okay.
post right there, tile mon.
Mm-hmm.
It came from the plat when they did the plat next door, and I'll
Right.
get to that in a minute.
Right.
This other one is 100 and some feet back up between a couple of houses, and it's all new trees, it's all filled dirt and just, it's,
So that would
Okay.
be closer
it
to
got
the
graded
GLO,
out. So that's
right?
where the GLO would go, but if you put it there, the second these guys do any more landscaping, I'm jumping ahead, or put a fence up, it's not the most accessible place you've ever laid eyes on, but neither here nor there, we can debate that in a minute, but that's where GLO would fall, is about 100 and some feet back up from the point that I've got on the shore.
100 feet plus or minus.
And then Bramer came through, and in a survey of section 25, he shows an iron on the west line of the section at the shore, along with a cedar stake to the north. So his notes call out finding the cedar stake and then setting a corner on the shore.
So he actually found the
Yeah.
original meander corner?
Did he have a dimension there?
Yeah, and it even shows up on the old county surveyor's notes.
Oh, okay. But is that
But,
close to GLO or?
165140,
in GLO?
and it lists it as cedar stake.
What was GLO again?
GLO was 1600. So I wrote those in the timelines, but I didn't put it all down on
So
the,
it's roughly 50 feet.
yeah,
further.
so you'll see on the timeline, you got 1600 and you got 1650, on there.
So, okay, so you think he found one at 1650?
That's what he said.
Oh.
That's what the notes, the county surveyor's notes have from book 3, page 33. Have, if you wanna see it, here's that. Is they got 165140 and he's got 8, and he's got a cedar stake. And I do have a Bramer survey hiding in here someplace.
Oh, he even found the cedar stake at the section corner. Holy crap.
Yeah, so there's a lot of
So
stuff.
you know you're talking Cedar Stake to Cedar Shake, wow.
Yeah,
But he's not-
and
he's not saying that
Bramer's,
original.
here's Bramer's survey is Cedar Stake back here,
Mm-hmm.
and he's got a corner down on the shore.
Hmm.
So there's Bramer's
So he's
survey
kind
there
of in the,
too.
yeah.
Cedar Stake, corner down
So
on the
he's
shore.
using that for line.
Yep, he just pushed it out. Sits a long ways out to the shore.
Do you think whatever he shows on here is pre that plat?
Take a look at it.
Is it
Sure.
before the plat or?
Yeah, the plat came through, plat of Glen Acres came through in 58.
Oh,
So I've got that on there, and then it indicates a monument set at the shore on the section line of the, for the boundary of the plat. So it shows that there's a monument set there.
Hmm.
ooh, way. Is that really 1795?
Well,
Yeah, it's
What-
really 1795.
What was
because
Bramer's distance down to his point? It was 16.
51, it's on the timeline, 1651.40. And then it's 1600 feet was the GLO,
Oh, okay.
1651 was
Yeah,
that.
but then on the drawing, he said something beyond the Cedar Stake.
Yep, on that drawing he sets it. So
So where did he set his point on the,
he just set it on the line and down on the
Bramer,
shore.
was there a distance?
He doesn't say.
He doesn't say it.
Oh, jeez.
But he's got a
Because
roughly
that's-
558.
Well, wait a minute. Oh, this is 8 Cedar Stake. This is a Cedar Stake, okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
And so.
He came south.
Well, I'm just wondering on this other plat, on this one here,
mm-hmm.
if they found this point, that's all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the plat, you start to look at this 558, 12 distance is, when I went out there and ran it, the distance from the section corner south is 1794.20, so it's 100 and, few hundred
Okay,
feet
and
back
this
up.
was 1795-21.
21.
Yep,
So the same point.
you're coming up to the same point from the PRO non-survey on, is everybody starts using that same corner down on the shore. This
So
here's,
who did the plat?
here's Pierre's survey, and Pierre did the plat. So in 57, Pierre's got that survey, and he did the plat in 58. So then he sets the concrete monument at that corner on the shore.
Okay.
And this is the
58,
1795.
There was a
whatever.
monument up here too
Yep.
then, right? So that was like on that.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess we just didn't have the field notes. Or do we? No.
So
Yeah.
basically what it was is there was a
Bramer.
cedar stake at one point. Bramer was finding it. He set an iron down on the shore. Pierre came in, found the iron on the shore, the cedar stake. Over time, nobody's been able to find it. I couldn't find it.
You couldn't find a shadow?
There's so much stuff up there that I would, between the invisible dog fence, their utilities and stuff, because you can see how close it is to these houses.
Hmm.
And you can see where,
Yeah,
you can't tell here, but you can see where they
That's
filled
my map.
across.
sure.
Nobody got it,
I-
except for you. Oh,
I poked around, I'm not gonna lie, and I gave it a good long look, but
I didn't see a date on this one.
in that sand, I couldn't come up with it. That's where the date, I've got a question mark on these timelines for that Bramer survey.
We can narrow it down,
All right, I didn't put a date on it.
because
But-
what we gotta do is look in the field book.
Okay.
and look at your book and see.
Look at other pages
kinda,
and
yeah.
see if we can find
Oh,
a
you
date.
got it?
Oh, no, there's no date there.
Oh,
That's just book 8, book 17.
I tried to find it.
Or
That's
no.
where I've gotten the timeline, I got
Oh,
date with a
7.
question mark, because I couldn't find it.
Yeah, we just gotta go backward and forward on the pages until we find a date of the survey.
So,
You only used to date them here.
you can trace the cedar stake was there, Bramer found it, Bramer pushed down to the shore, arguably. Pierre came through, did the plat, and used the same point down on the shore. I went through and, when I did the survey, I traversed the whole thing from the section corner south. What there is, once you find the monument for the plat on the southerly right of way, everything going north is straight, everything going south matches up, but there's a deflection right there. It's not a big one, but it's a deflection nonetheless. So, it's just, I think over the years, people started to just not run all the way back to that one. It started to
Probably.
just
well,
use the
there's some
stuff
big
down
hills
here.
around there.
It's
Mhm.
a gnarly swamp is what that section
Oh,
is.
that's a gnarly swamp, oh, jeez.
Yeah, everything north of Northwoods Drive through back there is.
Oh, yeah,
Right in
no, all
here.
those trees are
It's a
falling down.
horrible, this stretch right here is just a horrible tangle of
Yeah, you can't
less
even
than
walk.
enjoyable experience is what that is.
Oh, well, that's the one that we remined a couple of years ago.
And had to walk through all the
Cameron
big
and I
trees
went back
down.
to-
No,
I
it,
kinda
it
took-
flat out, there's,
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
less
we-
than
we-
enjoyable.
We found the witness trees laying down.
Yeah.
I crawled back through there, and once I made this run, I started at a corner back here, and then I came all the way back out and figured as long as I was in there, I know I can find my way out, so I shot everything along here, so
Well, it
I don't
wasn't-
ever have to do it
I was gonna
again.
say,
Yeah.
it wasn't wet going this way,
No,
but you're climbing over the top of.
you're going against the grain with all the blowdowns.
Right,
You're
right.
walking right
You're
into
going
the
right
ends of the
against it.
trees.
Yeah, that was a real pain.
So that's the history on it. This is the only one that I wrote up kind of a statement on, is I ran the line between 25 and 26, measured 1794/20. The tile monument
Is this the only
matches.
copy of this?
No, you
Oh,
can have
well,
that.
these are our copies here.
Yeah. So what we've
Oh,
got
okay,
is,
in the back, okay.
this is the only one that I really wrote a little bit of stuff on it. I couldn't find the cedar stake. I tried. You know, everything lines up going north from that monument of the Platte, and everything, the south lines up really well. I did the stuff to the east, and everything
Well, I guess what we need to
Matches up.
decide
Bramer.
is that, I think we're all gonna have the same situation. I've got some where the corners are out in the lake, and some where their corner is back from a monument, not 100 and some feet like
is
this one.
substantially back on
Yeah,
this one.
so the question is, are we gonna set a corner where it's the most convenient for people to use? Or
That's,
are we gonna try to set it right at the GLO thing, which in some cases we can't because it's out in the lake?
Right.
Mm.
So we just need to decide that.
yeah, well, this
now,
one is everybody.
And then be consistent with all of our corners.
That's right.
First thing to debate on this one is everybody okay with this deflection? Because I don't want to start throwing out the plat line.
I'm
There's a
all
little
right with it.
deflection
How
there.
much of a deflection is it?
It goes from south to 1338 west, it's about 20 minutes.
minute? Okay.
Not
So it's
crazy,
it's
but,
deflecting to the west about 20 minutes from,
Yeah.
at the monument.
yeah.
Is that what you're saying,
Yep,
at the monument? Yeah.
yep. And, I almost should have brought page 2 of the survey so you can see the stuff to the east, but it all checks out great. And the stuff for the Platte to the west is, that's the east line of the Platte, so.
Can I see one of those Bramer ones where he set that concrete tile monument? Or was it
There's
PJ?
that. Pierre's is here, and then this is the year before. He says Mon on this one, but there's
Oh.
notes and stuff are there. And that's the same distance as what he's got on the plat. So if we're okay with the deflection,
So the
Well, it's
intent
roughly 3
was,
feet.
the intent was straight line, like they
Yeah.
said the same
the
bearing.
intent
it
was a
just
straight line.
happened.
It just happened.
Yeah, yeah.
Because right now with that deflection, it's only 3.09.
Yeah, it's not a huge
3.1
one,
feet,
but-
So it's not a big deal.
I didn't want to sweep it under the rug, because it's gonna be a reoccurring theme, I think, with a lot of this stuff. Is monumentation intent is good, people have held it. I don't really want to start,
Okay, well, then the argument then beyond that is, do we want to call that a meander corner, but it's not a GLO
it's
meander
not,
corner?
I'd like to, my argument for it would be knowing where these other ones are at up here, between the houses.
Mm.
And if we set this one at GLO, just looking at this case, between the utilities they've got run into the house, invisible dog fence, any landscaping, if they put a fence up down here, that meander corner's gone. Or it's
So
gonna be.
where's this?
But
Is
it's gonna
this
be
in a good
accessible.
spot?
That is a great spot, right down on the shore.
Okay,
Mm.
And it's been there since 57. It has no signs of going anywhere in the next, 60 years either. And I got more pictures. Yeah, if you can see up here on the house. Yeah, more
You
pictures.
think of that?
I guess the question,
Oh,
like
here
I
they are.
say,
Here's the tile lawn. Here's the rest of the pictures around the shore. So it's right by this fence post.
you're saying that's a concrete tile monument?
Yeah,
Yep.
Well, my dad never said any of those, so somebody.
Oh.
that was Bramer then.
So-
He says Mon on his, Pierre's survey there.
Yeah, he found it then.
So,
So Bramer said it.
Because there are those are scattered around the, obviously, Bramer usually did that.
Has that got a rounded top to it?
yep, it's a piece of drain tile, like clay ones, and
Yeah.
then they just would fill it, stick the rebar in it, and there's stuff around Leland that,
Oh, okay.
You will
That's-
never, ever ring them, but if you start just digging, you'll find.
Yeah,
You gotta have your metal detector right over that, it's like a nail or something.
Yeah.
right there.
okay.
They-
If you have it anywhere else,
Little
it
piece of
doesn't.
trivia for you, look out for those around, especially Leland, there's a bunch of.
I find that sometimes when the mons don't ring, I just drop a mag nail on top of it, kick the dirt back over it,
There you go.
so the next guy can find it.
I was looking through here to see if you could find where these are Bramer notes, right? No,
Yep.
where he set that.
Yeah, but
You look through this.
what did
Yeah.
Bramer say he said he set on the water? Or did he said he found a monument?
55812.
He shows an iron on the west line, and then, that's really his only note, is that one survey where he shows a cedar stake, and then,
Well, what does he show being done on the water?
Shows an iron on the left line of section.
I don't know who's got that
That's
survey
one.
anymore. Well, it's right there.
Uh,
That's the only
Along
thing I've
with
got
the
to go off
cedar
of.
stake to the north.
You got the county surveyor's notes, and you got Bramer's notes
Well,
on
there's
that.
something down there, a symbol. It looks like he set, Here.
Yeah, I see it. I was just looking to see if there was any indication of what. See, he's calling these out, like cedar stakes. How do you replace that?
Looks like if you compare it to this and this, I should have found.
Here's another copy of Bramer's. I did have a couple extra copies if anybody needs it. Same survey.
Oh, there's no date on that.
I'll probably get
Date
it.
question mark.
Yeah, I didn't, that's my way I was going. I need to ask Nick when Bramer was there.
Okay.
I know it would have been before
These
Pierre,
look set, these look
But
bound, don't they?
just because I
to
know
you?
their history, but,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just don't know exactly
Interesting.
when. So,
Probably need a little more
Oh,
history
phone
there,
ringing?
but still the question is
you have to get the phone, or we can ignore that.
that a call in?
Might be.
Hello? No. Sorry. No problem. Okay, bye. Is this the Drain Commission?
Wrong number. Yeah.
So, we know that the tile mon most likely came from Bramer, just because it matches the distances on Pierre's stuff, or
Well,
Pierre.
he didn't set those.
Oh, man, keep telling that.
Okay.
But, so if Pierre didn't set it, Pierre found it, so somewhere between Bramer
it's the
being
same
there,
lady.
right here, and Pierre here at
Somebody-
whatever date.
Somebody found something and put their own homemade monument there. Now, whether
Let
there's
me grab
anything
Trudy
underneath
so she
it.
can talk to this lady.
Mm.
Becca Beach,
And,
922-1076. I'll be right back.
but it's the corner of the plat, it's the corner of this survey, it's the corner of,
Right.
What's that survey?
this is Pierre's. I should've given you another copy,
Oh.
but I got like four.
That survey he did before the plat, or no, the plat's actually the west end, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he did that in 57, the plat was in 58.
Ooh, he calls that line straight.
Yep. I think there's no way they
Yeah,
ran
but
that thing every
what,
time.
what's the year there, 57?
Yeah, 57.
They're out there with the candy transit, they're going through that woods there with the tape chain. They may be doing right angle offsets as they're coming down.
Okay.
You know, I'd have to find the field notes on it, to see what they're doing. But for them to go that distance and to have a little kink in the line to where maybe that's that far off of being a straight line,
Yeah,
it's not unusual.
just call it straight.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
and, that's what I'm.
Yeah, it's-
Yeah.
It's pretty straight. I think, yeah, I don't wanna start throwing stuff out on that. I can't vote, but my vote, I'd like to just hold that monument, just because it's in a spot that's been safe since 58 or
Well,
prior.
it's either that or the option. What we're supposed to do is put it at a low distance.
That's status quo, right?
So we just put it at GLO.
If we put it at GLO, maybe put this too.
I'd have a tie to it, just in my notes, it'd be
Yeah.
south so many feet to the
Just
to
do
the
it.
monument. Which, yeah, that's status quo, is to put it at GLO.
Because like I said, I'm gonna run into the same thing down in Bingham, just north of Lakeview subdivision there. Both Kramer and my dad, they just called out this monument on the top of the bank. But they both had come from the section corner. Now, if you go from that section corner to that monument, GLO was actually back maybe, I can't remember exactly, 5 or 10 feet from that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do I set the monument to GLO?
Yes. So that's my opinion.
Okay.
Cool. So then, for this
What do you
one,
guys think? I mean, this is a peer
do we
review, so-
set it at GLO 1650 or do we set it at the county surveyors where they found the stake at 651.4?
Ooh.
And you know what? I've got one just like that. And you know what I'm thinking? And you might be able to help me. Do
16.
you think he did some proration,
Who?
Bramer? Because that's what I was wondering too. Why didn't he say, he was well aware of what the distance was supposed to be from GLO. Do you think he did some kind of proration of measured record kind of thing, and that's why these dimensions are different in almost every case? I'm thinking that's the only reason I could come up with. I gotta take this down. It's up to us whether we wanna do this, wear these or not.
Even though we're being videotaped? Oh, is that what
She
you're
said,
saying?
cause we're for the most part 6 feet apart.
Oh, cool. If you guys are cool with it, I'll take it off.
Me too.
Good. I mean, I'll stay far away from you.
I'm gonna keep mine on.
Okay.
My
I'm
wife,
sitting next to him. I'll sit next.
my wife just had a COVID patient, so.
Oh.
I don't blame you. So anyway,
Your wife's a
that's,
nurse then, I take it, huh?
Yep, she's a physician at Munson's.
Oh, okay.
What I can do here then is, I'll set it at GLO, reference the monument and stuff on the LCRC. What
Well-
GLO distance,
Well, the other thing we have to determine is whether or not we think Bramer actually found a meander corner,
Hmm.
or if he just found a
Cedar
cedar
stake.
stake. Did that cedar, depending on the year he found it, okay? Is that an original cedar stake, or is it just a stake that somebody else had put in?
There's,
I don't see how we are gonna be able to make that.
Well, that's
call.
just it. Do we have a tie back from Bramer?
Yeah.
No, 'cause he
Back to
doesn't-
the original? Because you could still be looking at, like 80 years later.
So
80,
he found the stake at the section corner though, the cedar stake at the section corner.
Yeah. That's just it. I was just wondering what the time period was when, I
so
mean,
all I've got is that says cedar stake, and I've got this that says cedar stake. But,
because I wouldn't, if he says he found the monument at that and he measured that, that's where you put it. It doesn't matter if it's 50 feet more than
Correct.
GLO, because there's so many mistakes in GLO
Yeah.
distance.
Yeah, it could have wrote the number down too.
Yeah. Well, these guys are out there with, there's not even roads.
I
Right.
know.
They're out there with a 33-foot link chain.
Yeah.
And they're
And,
busting their
yeah.
butt through the woods.
Yeah,
And
big
it-
hills and.
There's so many things. I don't know if you've ever done surveys with a tape measure, where you're chaining a half mile, a mile, or something like that, and you're going up and down hill, and you're trying to keep track
Yeah.
where you're dropping your plumb bob, as you go. You make mistakes. Unless you're actually, I know most of the time we just kept a tally in our head and added it up as we went, but unless you're actually got a pad and you're writing down what you had every time you broke chain,
Mm.
you're not gonna know. And I know doggone well, that same thing happened with the people they swore in, which most of the time were like local landowners.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they had a crew lots of times. I know that one book there was a crew of 4 people that did the whole
So-
township.
do you guys want to go with the 1651.40 on that, or just because that's the last measurement we had to a recorded cedar stake?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? That's what I mean. That's what's so hard.
It's a
That's
coin
what's-
flip, there's no,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's so hard about these meander corners.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We're not, and you know,
Well, at
when
least
I
it's,
reviewed mine, you know,
What have we been doing in the past when we have two different measurements? Or has this ever come about?
Right, we've been, you know, we kind of give it some leeway on that. You're never gonna find one that exactly agrees with GLO.
Sure.
So is it reasonable?
He's just collecting up the surveys.
And like Nick said, I think so. That's kind of what we have to determine, is that reasonable?
I think it's reasonable. I
I
don't
do
have a
too.
problem with it. It's in the county surveyor's notes. It's called out as a cedar stake on his survey. It's called out a cedar stake here.
yeah, it's recorded as one and it appears to be, well, you know, he's showing it like it's,
Yeah,
but,
right.
um,
And use the mon as the line.
Yep, I'm just gonna set it online between these mines, but I'm gonna come down that distance and
you think that's good?
Yeah.
I mean, are you
It's-
okay with that?
I could defend it.
At the 165140?
Yep, I'm gonna come down from the section corner, 1650, 140, and set it on the line between these mines south of the road down here.
Sounds good to me.
Hey, Zane, can I have that one copy? You had an extra copy of that Framer survey? for my
Yeah,
house?
right here.
Thank you so much.
So I gotta make a note. 165140, set mine
Oh,
So,
right.
between 25 and 26, right?
Yep,
It's that big blend.
and then that is going to be.
So let's see, how do we do this? We have the
Well-
motion and,
Well, let's
do you
figure
want me to
out.
motion? I'll motion that you should,
Is this the 1651 location?
Really, I got a couple pictures in there. One's, I looked around at 1600 and
Or is it-
1650.
Is it this one?
I can't remember, I was talking about the picture. Like you said, it's all little cedars between those houses, and I spent some time trying to pick through that area, just going, great, maybe somebody dropped an iron by it at some point, or maybe I'm gonna find a pipe.
Yeah,
And I poked around in there for quite a bit, and I couldn't come up with it. I honestly don't remember which picture is which. And
Okay.
so I took a few of them looking around
yeah.
to try to show what was going on without printing 80 pictures and taking a video.
well, this would be, we have the second for the second corner, northwest corner, corner.
Yeah, it's not really the most convenient location, I agree.
No.
No,
Yeah.
it's not
I don't
great,
like it.
but
Yeah,
it's the precedence we got, so that's what we'll go with.
Yeah.
You know, whether I like it or not, it's irrelevant. If it's what we've been doing, it's what we've been doing. And I'll still tie, that concrete monument down there is gonna be one of my witnesses, so it'll be there to
Sure.
perpetuate stuff.
yeah, I witnessed both of them, to the north and south.
Yeah,
And,
and that'll let you put it back in, because there's a very real possibility that one will go away, but
you know, because the option we have is where we set a witness monument, you know, to the actual
Here's
location.
when I get out my,
And, so, but one of us has to make a motion, I guess.
yeah,
to accept this
okay,
one.
here we
I
go,
was
here we
gonna
go.
get you a
Oh, what are
number.
you gonna do? Oh,
I was supposed to be there.
that's the little number?
This is so you can motion one of these.
There's Bear Lake.
Okay.
There it is. I tried to make photocopies of this, like a copy is ready. I'm gonna set these on the floor. I'll grab everybody's next.
That's where they're going, anyway.
Listing monuments.
So I don't know, you think this is a number 2?
Right, that is that one. 10? Somebody else can try to read it, but that looks like a 10 to me.
I'd have to have a magnifying glass, these aren't good enough.
We got a 7 to one side and
Accepted.
13 to another, 25 over there. Should be,
There you go, the light thing doesn't work on it, but
And
it's
reach.
pretty big.
I guess a 10.
Okay,
You
so
can check me.
this brings up, last year, see these numbers when you get near a town line? If you look on, for instance, this 2914, there's gonna be, let's say this is a number 1, but you have to file 2 LCRCs because you're right on the town line. If you look in the other town and range, you'll notice there's a different number. And that's one thing I didn't catch till it was too late last year on the LCRCs, but you have to use whatever numbers on this thing per your township. So it might be number 1 on 2914, but look on the other one, might be number 15, you know?
Okay.
So, okay, so that's that.
So the corner code though is gonna be what?
M.
M,
Something.
M10?
No, N.
N is in
Oh, that's right,
Nancy.
yep. M10.
So are we, read your thing, you think this should say careful and faithful reestablishment of the original?
Oh, yeah,
form?
that's right.
Careful and faithful perpetuation, number 1.
It's either that or a 4.
Well. Yeah,
Because we're kind of looking at what, the best available evidence.
I'd say 2. What do you think, Dave?
Careful. No evidence, no evidence of the original corner.
Well, there's no evidence of the original.
Well,
Yeah, see,
there's no evidence in the field.
Now, is that what you do for a lost corner or for an obliterated
always-
corner? 'Cause
Number 2 is what we do for,
lost or obliterated, you see, there's a difference.
right,
Lost, that means that there's no available evidence. And so you're reestablishing according to the,
yeah.
We have evidence of it, that's why we're using the 165140.
right, that's why I was looking at 4. But we modified that, remember, we
We
modified.
usually do those when you got a double proportion or single proportion something in, we use that too.
Number 4?
But boy, it sounds like it applies here.
But we're setting it at a point that was found by the county surveyor.
Yeah,
So is that a 2 or is that a 4?
Well, number 2 says no evidence of the original corner.
yeah,
So we're reestablishing it at the position of the original corner, so it's the careful and faithful reestablishment. We're not perpetuating it because we didn't find something there, so we didn't, perpetuating to me means you found it, you replaced it. You're adding to the time frame.
yeah.
2 says that it was broken, but we knew where it was, and we're just putting it back.
That's
And
kinda
4
what I'm
says we
thinking.
had no idea, but we just took the,
We're using the corner everybody else is, so that we're calling it good, yeah.
Mhm.
I like it, and,
Well, we
and
aren't
here,
using
you
the
know,
corner
I
everybody
would
else
say the
No,
state
we're
would
using-
utilize where there's
I
no,
think we're at 2.
yeah, me too. What do you think? want you
I
guys
can't
to
vote on it,
weigh
it's my corner,
in.
but, I mean, we're splitting hairs on it, but,
Yeah,
I mean, we are reestablishing it where it was based on the county surveyor's note. That's,
correct. So you are reestablishing.
if I found something,
I would say that you'd add in here, this state will utilize where there's no physical evidence of the original owner. That definitely applies, I
Right,
think, right?
yeah, it's a little ambiguous.
so if I said no, blah, 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 no, I'm just seeing how I could tweak it.
Yeah, I think it should be physical evidence too,
Yeah, me too.
because there's evidence of the location.
Sure.
Yeah,
So if I said there's no physical evidence of the, the position of the original corner and
and it was established.
is accepted as a careful and faithful reestablishment of the position of the original corner.
Yeah,
No physical, if I started everything out by saying no physical evidence, the
Right.
position of the cedar stake, or the position of the cedar stake was found, and the placement of the monument, blah, 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 is accepted as a careful and faithful reestablishment.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep,
Yep.
Okay.
that sounds good to me.
Good.
so are we gonna say, Nick, that you motioned?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to accept it.
And I will second it.
And Dave
Careful and
second.
faithful reestablishment. Yep.
As a number 2. It's gonna be N 1029-14, right?
Right. Like I say, I think you should, like
I'll tweak the language.
that said, yeah, even in our notes, it should be put that way. That there was no physical evidence, but.
Yeah, I wrote it in here,
Basically
so I made sure I put it
reestablished
on
by
there.
collateral evidence.
And then we've got, this one is gonna be an N versus a W for a witness, so it'll be N10 according to that. right?
Okay, yeah, I didn't, you were
Double-
looking at it, I didn't.
Yeah, double check me on that one, come on,
Where
you're
is
okay.
it?
Between 26 and 25, wherever it went,
Oh, man.
right there.
Yeah, it sure looks like a 10. I think I have 2 copies of this. Let me get the other one out. Might be more readable.
I didn't see it, but doesn't mean I didn't miss it.
Is it right here?
Boy, I hope
That's a,
all of these aren't this long,
yeah, that is it.
huh? He says it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
That's the original.
I got coffee over here, if you want coffee.
I'm good. I drank a bunch of water on the way up.
Yeah. Well, there's a bathroom right out the door.
I might need that.
All right, this one's gonna be a little bit more normal, because I put together a whole timeline and stuff on it, so.
26 and 27.
Yes, we're just going a mile west on this one. Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
This one's,
Actually,
I
Red
wanna say it's gonna be a 2 again.
Is the 8th corner. 1 through 8.
I'll explain the,
Oh, wait a
come on.
minute. Oh, okay, I guess I gotta hold it like this.
I didn't stick north on it, so
No, well,
you
no.
can shoot me later.
No, if I look at it this way, half the numbers are upside down, and if I flip it around, the other half are upside down.
Hey, I was whipping through these a while ago, I kept adding to it, and adding to it, and adding to it. By the time I added to it a few times, I didn't go back and fix it.
Yeah, I know what you're doing, I had
501.
that this morning, that's some stuff.
So, on this one,
Okay.
Okay, where are we?
we went a mile to the west.
Yes,
And probably the best thing to do is just read through the time frame again on it, is GLO set a post, and on the sketch you got, and I tried to do this on a lot of them, you'll see a little dotted line swinging out there in an arc. Yep, that's the GLO distance, so that way you can see where,
Okay.
so.
Oh, you got it marked right there.
Like that. GLO's right down here, GLO distance.
Hmm.
So tucked it on there.
and this is one of Ted's surveys.
Yep. And what's going on here is there's just another really nice deflection at the 8th corner.
See that?
It's a fairly
Pretty
healthy one.
significant.
Yeah.
Because that blue line I've got on there is the projection of the section corner to the north and the 8th corner.
Okay.
And the red line is what's monumented out there. So you start at the 8th corner, you hit the right-of-way mon, then you hit a concrete monument kind of midway between the road and the shore,
Mm-hmm.
and you can keep pushing that south.
And then it just severely deflects.
Yeah, it just veers
Wow.
off. So down at the bottom there, it's like 7 feet difference. So it's a pretty good deflection over
Yeah.
that chunk of road. But so I was like, okay, what's everybody using? You can see Gosling was in there, Weinert was in there, Pierre was in there. Everybody's been in there, and they draw this little triangle, like what's on the survey, showing, I mean, they show, there was a meander corner there. Let me go back to the history real quick. GLO set a post. Weinert comes through and indicates an iron found 801.48 feet south of the northeast corner of the government lot. So that's the end of that red line there. You see that .500? So that's the end of the red line.
This thing right
Yep.
here. Okay.
So that's where I
Oh, okay.
that's where I comp that out, and that's what matches up with like the Gosling surveys and stuff like that is.
So Weiner's survey would have been sometime in the 70s, okay?
Okay. So I'll put 1970s on there.
The number 500 is to which survey?
That's to Weinert's
Weiner.
distance down there on the
There was
shore.
no date on his survey?
Nope.
Oh, that's not common either, but,
And then,
Just for knowing, how far are you away from the shore? It looks like about 50 feet,
oh,
maybe more.
not quite that much, but you're solid. Here's a picture of it. The shovel's about, jumping ahead, the corner where I would put it is in this tree root right here where you see where the bark skimmed off of it. The shovel is that distance over for the deflection on the two. So I spent some serious time out there trying to find this corner.
Hey, it's
just
snow.
gone. I went back a couple days ago and looked for it again,
Mhm.
and that's when I took the pictures, and I still couldn't find the stupid thing.
Yeah, when you look at this, I mean, is this ground a little higher here? Is it
It's
right
dropping
about-
down to the
it's starting
shore.
to slope right
Yeah.
about here, yeah, so that's why they put it there.
Yeah, and, so what you got though is, there's a deflection at the eighth
Where's your
corner.
cedar stick?
I know, it grew into that tree. So,
Coming down there,
Oh,
it looks
yeah.
like it's separate
That,
because of the snow.
there's a deflection there at the eighth corner, but I really don't think there's anything we can do about it, because what I did was I went down there and went, okay, the corner's missing, and you can track the corner through the time frames. It shows up on Weinert's survey, Bramer's survey, Pierre's survey. And then all of a sudden, around the 80s and 90s, it shows up on this Gosling Zuback survey in
Yes,
91.
what, when you
There's
see
a-
corner?
Oh, okay, well, this,
Meander corner.
yeah.
But I mean, what
Yep.
did they put
Let me
Is
in?
go
it
back to the
straight,
time
or
frame.
did they have a kink in it?
Zach,
Um,
Oh, iron pipe. Oh,
just
got it.
clarify this, okay?
yep,
Oh, Bramer's.
So
Cedar
apparently there was a
State.
triangle here that went to this property
Mhm.
over there because this original survey, this one shows it at 193.29. He's showing 16, so there's about, what, 20,
about a
27
30-foot
feet
strip, yep,
here?
yep,
Which is about what you got here?
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, let me go to, the line was established, it shows up in the Bramer survey, shows it up as a cedar stake found. Weinert survey is out of order, because I lumped it into the wrong spot, but,
Bramer says Cedar State.
yep, and then Pierre Onan says, indicates an iron pipe at the shore of Glen Lake as a meander corner, the pipe is 791.9 feet south of the eighth corner. Field notes state that the cedar stake was replaced with an iron pipe.
Mhm.
By
So-
Pierre.
By Pierre, and I've got his notes in here.
Oh, he's got wits too,
And
okay.
he's got witnesses. None of the witnesses are, unfortunately, they're not there either. So we've got the cedar stake, GLO, meander corner, so it's all, if you look at where Pierre's distance is, that's where that point number 506 is on my sketch.
Mm-hmm.
It's right about at GLO, like, it's really, really, really close.
So the 506 is Pierre?
But then
Yeah.
it looks like he hit.
So him and Weiner disagreed by about 9 feet.
Hmm.
It looks like in 58, they got it 6 feet further than what they had in 57. So
Yep.
which one is 506?
I'm thinking, here's what I did on that, as I went, okay, which one's right, which one's wrong? If you add up his numbers, I think the 797.90 is a typo.
Oh, okay.
They total 791.90, but his overall is 797.90. So,
797?
So which one is the
90?
distance?
up here,
So
he
you
did
think
2
that
surveys.
791 is?
791's right, because here's what I did, is, here's, his survey is, let me find Pierre's survey.
Oh, I see.
Here's one here.
Yeah, that one will
You just-
actually, yeah, you can see he's got 797 on here, but if you
Mhm.
total up an 8 and a 3, you get a 1 all day long.
Okay.
So it's
So
a
it just-
typo.
So it's
It's a
just,
typo.
yeah.
But what I did was, if you take this,
Is this.
crank this angle and run over here, this iron Glens is within 4/10 of where Pierre's corner would be.
Hmm.
So you can go, okay, I got a pretty good beat on where Pierre's corner was with this little triangle here. And I was trying to figure out if these monds or something got deflected wrong, like from the eighth corner to the shore. Like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, let's say these things up here are new, and somebody just blew an angle, like maybe Pierre's stuff's off to the side further, and I'm just
I see
missing
those
the.
notes right
This
there.
one?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, these are Bramer's notes.
So what I did was I went out there and then just went, okay, Weinert's got a bunch of surveys, so I went to the west 115 feet.
No.
And I computed the point for where Weinert said it was, and I computed the point for where Pierre said the
Okay,
corner was.
yeah, Bramer, I thought, okay, Bramer replaced the cedar stake with the iron pipe. It's right
Those
here.
aren't Pierre's notes?
No, these are Bramer's notes.
Okay.
Okay, so it was Bramer that replaced the iron, and these are his witnesses.
All
These
right,
are
so I need to
those are
adjust
his
that, these are
witnesses.
Bramer's. There were no
Good
names on them,
night.
so I wouldn't know whose notes were what.
Oh, okay. If it's in Roman numerals, it's Bramer's.
Okay.
Something to.
I'll make a
okay.
note to self on that,
Note to
because I thought
self,
those were
yeah.
Pierre's, but the,
No, these are, yeah, I don't think he pulled his out. Apparently.
so, okay, so we got Bramer notes. I'll
And
change this
you
to
don't- You don't
say,
have a date on that either, do you, or do you?
no,
So the 1957 was a different survey.
Okay, this is 54.
I look at them right.
Hmm? What?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Bramer is saying 1954, but is that what's on, okay, that's what's right here.
Did Bramer set the pipe? Did he say he set
that's
the
what,
pipe?
I had them confused between Pierre and Bramer, because I didn't have a name on the note.
Oh,
So
okay.
Bramer found a stake and set the pipe.
Hmm.
Which,
Oh, he was
Gotcha.
he was splitting the government lots up here. This Barrett, yeah, yeah. The west 100 feet of the east half of government lot 4. Probably their legal description.
Yeah.
and there's no old county surveyor's notes or anything with any more info on it than that. Yeah, here's another copy of that if you wanted to just see what's going on where.
Yeah, because I was interested in his field notes, only because it was probably who was out there.
So there was a corner there that used to be a cedar stake, so then it's a matter of, was it Pierre's or was it, that's Pierre's survey there, right?
This is Weinert's.
Weinert's,
For
okay.
Kroll. See, he's showing this as being
So it's in the
the
70s.
straight line, but then
Yeah.
they're showing this going over.
So I went over here and
30
found that,
feet. Yeah,
and I've got that, and then this corner's here, so I got 2 5/8" irons, and this corner's missing.
okay.
So that's the one that we want, of course, but it's missing, but I've got this, I've got that, I've got this, I've got this, and everything picks up great.
Thank you.
So where's this 801/48 come from? It's like a 10-foot error. Right?
It's where he put it, it's the difference between him and Pierre, so why there's an
But he's
801/48?
showing that one found.
I know he's showing it found, and Pierre shows it at 791,
Yeah.
and I don't know why. But I think you start going around out there, you find,
791 is the one that agrees with GLO, is what you're saying.
79, it's close, GLO splits Pierre's and Weiner's distances. You
Of
see where
course it
that,
does.
see where that arc is?
Yeah, I see that now.
But, here's the thing, is if you come down from the 8th corner, Pierre's distance, crank that angle and come to the side, you hit a corner over here and it checks. If you come down from here this way, Weinert's distance, and crank the angle, you come over here and you find a corner. So everybody's using the same line. Why there's that 10-foot, well, 9.2 feet a difference? Between the 791/90 and the 801/48, your guess is as good as mine on that.
Okay, there aren't any other field notes in your.
So you measured, where's you?
I measured, let's see,
Computed, is that it?
computed, yep. I just put 801/1 because I didn't set anything down there yet.
So the
Oh,
791 might
between the
be
two
a-
irons you found down here, though, you're computing 801 from up here?
Yeah, yep,
Okay.
so I computed 801.
So the question is, do you set it at 801 or do you set it at 791?
Exactly, because I got stuff at both of them. Or do I mean, because both of them say that they had the stake. And there's no discrepancy up there with the 8th corner, so somebody dropped a tally somewhere, basically 10 feet. And I don't know which one to roll with, but I know that based on going to the east and going to the west and surveying all over out here, that line's where that line's at.
Yeah.
And their math, both of them come out on the same line, they compute the same way.
Mhm.
On the red line.
On the red line. Who found what and who was right? I got nothing on that for an answer for you.
So there's nothing on the blue line except up
No.
here? Yeah, okay.
Nope, so I think it's gonna be a case of where the line deflects at the 8th corner, based on the monumentation and where everything is. I can safely say I retraced both Weinert surveys and Pierre surveys based on the corners I've got to the east and the west. I don't know why they dropped that distance, but they both used a different distance. And it's provable because I've got the stuff to either side to show that it's different. But, you know, I've got that Weinert iron at point number 11 there, that's a 5/8 inch iron. With no cap, but I've also got another one, a random one that I found when I went back that doesn't show up on anything for surveys.
Where's that one at?
That 57 and that point 13, they're both out to lunch.
57.
Gosling was out there in 2005, and you'll see they've got they found an iron north 22 degrees east, 5.5 feet from the property corner. So they held the 5/8 inch iron and called out what would be my point number 13 there for that 1/2 inch iron. Then they tossed it.
He doesn't have the running, this is the only page that's on here?
Yeah, unless I'd separated them somehow.
What's that other, what's this here?
So somebody owns across this line.
Yep.
Like that. Okay.
Yep. Here's the Gosling survey that shows it pretty good. It's probably better than the tax map.
Ooh, yeah, really good.
And I mean, you can see here's where Gordy's was out there too. And they all show this 30-foot sliver over there to the side.
Okay.
But it's just a matter of,
Hmm.
you know, it's a really consistent thing. It's which distance south did they use? And I haven't been able to, despite my best efforts of rooting around in these poor people's yard, I haven't been able to figure it out.
Looks like everybody held that
1983.
350, 60 or 350, 59.
Yep.
Well, I was just wondering if,
163, this one says 193.
Which one's that?
Oh, just,
Geo.
Yeah, that one's goes to that 163
163.
iron and got tossed. That 163 would be from this one right here to over here.
mm-hmm.
And
And then Pete, who is this? This
So there
is
isn't anything at 505
Pierre.
right now?
no, there's nothing. I didn't find anything on that red
Oh.
line.
is that,
They're just all counted.
Okay, got it.
I'm not
So you're gonna have to set something.
sure
just
here, but he's
where-
calling, he's saying
The
00.
one we used to.
said
Oh, I see, yep.
Reduce random south. He's got his 097 stake, whatever, he's coming down, but then he's at 809.55. That's actually 10 feet further than what.
As even further out.
Yeah, but that's where he says iron pipe or on section line. Whole stake. I don't know what he's
Yeah,
saying.
I mean, I've covered from, you can't see all my kicks in the snow, but, you know, this is where I scuffed off where the roots at. So that's where, based on
Your count number?
Pierre's comp, there's fall right there in that scuff on the root. And then this is the section line projected south, so you kind of got this triangle.
Yeah.
I started from way back up here and went all the way down to the beach.
So where do you want to set it, in the root or?
Crawled through the whole thing.
Well, the root would be Pierre, but GLO is a teeny bit south of there, right?
Yep.
Or am I looking at this?
I mean,
GLO is the 500.
GLO would not be in the,
I would
Right.
probably once again go with Bramer's stuff and run it the Bramer distance of 801, sorry, I might have written it on the things wrong, Bramer. Cedar Stake,
yeah.
I'd probably run it out Bramer's survey distance.
But I didn't see a distance on it.
Oh,
Unless that was the 809, so you read.
I got one survey here.
This is Bramer's survey, but I didn't see any distance on it.
Let me see if I got one on here that's got 801. You got a survey there, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so it might not have a distance on it then.
right.
So then we're left going with,
He's just showing that, but there's
I'd
no,
explain why I didn't have
put them
Bramer
together,
on there.
there's no distance
Yeah.
on that line. But here he's showing the Ford axle at the northwest corner.
Yeah,
Right.
and I've listed it as a 3/4 inch bar in Northwood Drive, but I didn't dig down any further to see if it was an
Yeah,
axle
well,
or
we saw
not.
that, but, this is in here, this is 55.
Said
Yeah,
iron pipe.
See, Old Stake, 36.3 feet east of Iron,
80148.
Or section.
or 35.1 east of original Random.
What is
See,
this?
he's running a Random
91.
801, that's
here,
that
and
Gosling
he's
survey.
36 feet west of the Random.
So Gordy Fraser was out there before them and didn't find
Then
that?
over here, he says he replaced Old
That's what it looks
Cedar
like.
Stake with iron pipe at south end of the line.
And there's
between
the witness.
26
There's
and
a Gordy's
27.
survey,
There's
we're
the
next to the Gordy's survey.
This
Go,
is
I got
This,
that.
this is this one.
Yeah, yep, they didn't find it.
They didn't
Gosling
find it.
said they-
Oh, yeah, he's got
Did,
old stake
but-
right there. Old stake.
I know, but he's saying 36.
And then we've got
Peters at
with iron pipe.
791.
Section line, or this section line equals random.
10 feet.
So he's on the section line, but it's 35 feet east of the original random, which,
Does it?
his random, was it GLO?
And I mean, I've got Weiner here too that shows he found it, and I did find a 5/8 inch iron here and a 5/8 inch iron here, and we've got distances that match up coming up. So I
So you
think,
got a line at least.
I'm thinking that this is maybe where, if I can dig out the field notes too, but if that's it, that's the one that we should use.
what, go 80148, which would be the Weiner one, which would be the last.
848.
That, and that makes
It's
it
like 10
801,
feet.
right?
That's
Yeah.
I don't.
The
I-
500.
I don't know.
Yep, which would be the 500 number,
Hmm.
which is close to GLO. I mean,
It's
it's
a little beyond
a little beyond it, but it's not without the stretch. I mean,
But you connected the dots with this, here. You
so
know,
if you,
old cedar stake, iron pipe.
so if you can link Bramers to that,
Yeah,
then I can link this iron, this mon, and this to
Yeah.
retrace that, and
Yeah.
we got it pegged. But,
you didn't find an iron there.
Which
I
one
didn't
is that?
find
Is that the Brainer?
this is, Weiner's survey of.
This is
Something
Weiner.
you run into lots of things with local, they just think it's confusion.
Oh, look at that. They've got the little triangle down there too.
And that's where I went west and everything. I got the 2.5, this was Weiner set a lot of the 5/8. I set it at 80148 and Weiner's distance and on that red line, and hopefully I can get past that tree root. If not, I can report back the next one and let you guys know that I had to set it someplace different. We can tweak it, but.
So this is gonna be,
450.89.
it's gonna be N, right? All right.
450.51.
One,
This is,
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
yeah.
I've retraced Weinert stuff, and if Weinert had Bramers and Bramers had the GLO, you've got your perpetuation of,
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there was,
I mean, it's not, I don't think it could be a one, because it's not, you're not, I guess you're kind of perpetuating, you're not perpetuating physical stuff, but,
yeah, it's just, on this one here, it's just kind of, I don't know, did they drop 10 feet or add up wrong? And, you know, lots of times you gotta run closures, but then sometimes these lines are calculated based on that. Was there a resurvey of any of these
Boy,
lines?
sometimes, you know, those nines look like zeros.
yeah.
See, Gosling's.
An 80190 would make a lot more sense.
801. 48, they're actually calling this in the Andrew corner here, aren't they?
Yep.
At 801, 48.
And that's what Weiner's got for a distance.
That's interesting.
80148, they might have copied a lot of the same stuff there.
Yeah, let me see what year this is.
Yeah, because they got 91 Gosling survey, it's got 132193, the 8th, the section corner. And then an 05 one's got 132193,
Yeah,
they
it's
just copied their
copied,
stuff
yeah.
for again.
Copied of Off
Weinert,
that, right? Or no?
Yeah,
Weinert?
yeah, Weinert survey, this was
Yeah, the Winder one is,
somewhat.
I think I grabbed it.
That's
Yep.
this one.
Yep. And that one doesn't go north of the section line, so they didn't copy it off of there. But they might have copied it off of somebody else's something, so that's all that is that's just copied.
Well, this is 90, right?
Yep.
Who did the big development over here?
Woodstone, Gosling.
Yeah, so they probably had some other information, might even have been from Furlough, you know.
Yeah, I went through their offices and didn't come up with anything.
Oh.
I mean, that's where I got this from.
Yeah,
So I went right through, they let me dig through all their file cabinets. I'm assuming Mitchell didn't have much because Will never got back with me with anything. I said, if you got something, let me know, or if you want me to come down, let me know, and there are 5 corners, I didn't hear back, so I'm assuming not much.
what was the date of this? Okay, 58. The only difference I know of is that in 58, which then different, this distance would be different too, though. In 58, this was all a dirt road. And Weinert was there in the late 20 years later or something, whenever he was there. Where's Weinert survey? Is this Weinert survey?
Right here.
Okay, there's no date on it.
Fun.
Where's between 74 and 79?
I just could have put 70s on here when I put it on there later.
Well, it would have been somewhere between 74 and 79.
Okay.
I don't know, the road might have been paved then. But even then, it wasn't 10 feet.
No, and that axle's pretty consistent. We're not playing with a lot of slack between the north.
This axle here, yeah, actually north of the line of the road, huh?
Not a whole heck of a lot, but it's a little bit. I haven't been in the car with him either way, so I dug it up.
Well, what do you want to call it, or what do we want to do here? Do we want to make a motion?
So you think it's one? I think it's.
I think it's a 2 because we don't have any physical evidence there. I mean, we've,
Oh.
Yeah,
okay,
no
so,
physical
yeah.
evidence, you're right.
I mean, we're reestablishing it because we've got the stuff retraced. I mean, I've got the corners at the shore to the east and the
Oh,
west.
that's right, you didn't find a bar there.
I didn't
If
find
you'd have
it.
found the bar there, it would have been.
I tried
Yeah.
really hard to find a bar. I dug holes, I poked around, I went back and looked again with new batteries in my data collector, or not data collector, with the locator, like, let me try everything on this and see what happens, and I
Okay.
couldn't come up with it.
Somebody
I'll
want-
motion for number 2.
You have to kind
For
of spell
Zach,
it.
I'll motion for Zach to reset this corner between Meander Corner, 26 and 27 on Big Glen, using the Weinert survey,
As a care.
and it should be, yeah, careful and faithful reestablishing the position of the original corner.
I'll second.
I need the big magnifying glass, because I can't tell if that's an 18 or a 13, but it sure looks nice. Ooh, changing my mind, that's a 13.
So this will be in. That's pretty good.
Thought it was an 18 at first, but I'm gonna say it's a 13.
You can always get online and zoom in really good online, you know, and probably check, but I think you're right, 13. I always go to the next number and see if it makes any sense. This one makes no sense.
But yeah, it doesn't make any
25.
sense at all.
Oh, is that how you're picking the numbers?
Yep,
Yeah.
Right off that map? Oh, okay.
yeah, they left a lot of the old,
Apples to apples. I like it.
Yeah, because there's a 4, a 7.
Yeah,
And
because
a
of the
10
GLO
and a
notes, they actually go
13.
by, they have those numbers. in there.
Sure.
This one-
13.
God, I almost would like to go. The next two are gonna kind of go hand in hand because they're really close meander corners. We're going north on 23. So here's, Glen Arbor's over here. These next two corners are
23, where's
up and down the
23?
beach.
What-
There's the homestead.
Oh, you're talking section 23.
Yep, so we're going up into section 23. Here is the first one over there, is at the end of that line. There's the section line. Here is the section line running north. This one was actually these homestead ones were kind of fun. The next one, I actually had a lot of fun messing around with the next one, but, this.
Oh, okay, you're west of the river there.
Oh,
Yep. And
39, yeah.
this one's kind of short and sweet. I got a bunch of surveys that run north from the west quarter corner, from the quarter corner there to the south. And they all stop when you hit the homestead. And,
Well, I've been there.
yeah, you've been there a bunch. The gist of it is there's two monuments down there. There's a 3/4 inch, there's a square concrete monument, 3/4 inch pipe in it, which is what you got at the west quarter corner of 23. And then you've got a con mon 1.71 feet south of it.
Quarter corner should be Remon, right?
Quarter corner is Remon, but
Yeah,
that's what's
yeah.
there. What it was the two mons stem from some old Pierre surveys. It used to be an iron bar, and it was for property corner going that way. And this concrete monument, the square one, there's an old unrecorded plat, which is really cool, because I'd never seen this before we did this. Bramer retraced the heck out of it. And the unrecorded plat of Glen Acres Beach is
Oh, yeah.
this.
Well, I gave you a copy. of
Yep,
that.
so no, this is really cool. Those monuments in that plat, as near as I can tell, are all square with pipes in them.
Yeah, those are his.
So the two monuments there, they're on the same line, just for, grins along the line. I shot one of these other ones, to see how it checked out.
This one here.
It matches up. Cause here's one of Nick's surveys. Here's that iron, there's two mines down here, real close together, 1.7 feet apart. The difference is it's property corner this way, it's the corner of the homestead, and this one up here, this 3/4 inch pipe is this corner on this plat. So there's just a little difference there, but it's not.
This looks like one of what's her name's plat, but it isn't, I don't think.
Mary Fine's.
Yeah, I don't think it is. It's a little different one. I don't know whose it is.
So this line's really consistent going north. The GLO distance is up here 36 feet north. And
Is
if
this
you,
the section line here, running
Yep.
here? Right here?
yep, so if you drew this line up,
So you found this up here?
yep. That's this iron that's called out on Pierre's survey right here.
Oh, okay, so this must have been vacated. These are all lots.
Those are all vacated, they're all
Oh,
gone.
okay.
Bramer was in there and did a survey, and he just shows them all dotted out.
Yeah.
They're all gone. And then they've been pieced up like this and what's on the tax map and stuff.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it's all blown out, but I was able to retrace up to that far con mon with a pipe, which looks like it was probably, not that one. That's it right here. So if you drew a line up
Where's
through it.
that on that picture?
Right here.
Oh, okay, so you've still got all this distance.
I got all this distance. GLO falls right here, which
Right in
kind
the middle
of,
of the
if you
building?
kind of look at the sand and stuff, I can see where they probably would have stopped it, but GLO falls in the homestead condo. So
Put it up on the roof.
I can go up there. They're not gonna like the pipe part sticking down through the ceiling, but they can maybe turn it into a fan or something.
Well, maybe there's an attic, unless it's a
Um,
vaulted ceiling.
Rather than going out in front of it, we can, there's no reason we can't.
Why
I'd
don't
argue
we
that we
just
just use that pipe that's
This
there.
is a monument here or a pipe?
This is the second corner, right? Am I
No.
wrong? or-
It's
Oh,
would
it's the
be-
flat corner.
The flat corner.
Okay,
Ah.
and that's
So
right
you've
there.
you got a homestead con mon and flat corner, and you've got the old square, thing from the unrecorded plat that are just that far apart. It's just weird.
How far apart are they?
1.71 feet.
Oh, okay, yep.
And,
But the plat monument wasn't necessarily supposed to be on the section line, right?
I mean, this line common to sections 22 and 23, and then when they did the homestead, the nearest thing I can figure is they went through and they showed the same thing in the homestead. Right here.
Oh, they're
Just a
just,
jog in the boundary of the homestead.
oh, okay.
You see where it comes in, jogs to 1.76 feet.
Oh, yep.
No
Okay,
kidding.
okay, so,
So I picked the northerly one of the two and call it a witness to the meander corner because the meander corner is in that condo.
Mhm.
now the northerly one is a pipe?
The northerly one is a square con mon with a 3/4 inch pipe
What's
in
the
it.
other one?
It's a round, it's your new modern con mons, round
Oh,
ones,
Mm.
but they're both concrete.
but they're both
monuments.
concrete monuments.
Yeah,
How funny is that?
I would do that one as a witness.
I'll jog.
And then just indicate that the GLO distance in meander corner falls inside of a condominium.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing we could do is run north, but then you end up in the.
Sand is
Man,
gonna be covered
These have been there
up and-
longer than I've been alive and they'll probably continue to be there long
Yeah.
after I'm gone.
Mhm.
And
You might witness when you do it, you might witness the actual corner of the condominium.
It's
Yeah.
gonna make great sense to
Sure.
do that, so,
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So-
Did you hiccup?
You touched that, you made a loud noise.
that'll wake up anybody that's watching later.
I thought this was the mic.
That is the mic, I think, for
They
that.
got a couple of them for
Oh, okay.
whomever's
Two of
at
them,
the
huh?
table to pick it up.
Yeah, so. we-
Anyway,
Oh, one's for the
we're
phone
looking at a
then.
witness corner.
This is for the phone.
What are we
no.
calling it?
No?
Zach? Do you know?
Oh, that one goes that way, corner, and it's gonna have to be,
That's
Oh
the
dear,
corner.
that's quite a mess down there.
witness to
Oh my
Okay,
gosh.
so we're gonna,
16? Yeah, I would say it's 16, because 15's north of it.
W16.
so we say used.
You can check it, it's hard to see, but I'm gonna say it's W16.
You gotta put one of those little yellow tag jobs. You
GLO
got any of those or you
corner.
wanna?
I think
Whenever
I
you
got a
swing
couple of
by.
them, but,
I
yeah.
have hundreds.
No, I'll have to grab it. I gotta get the Mons yet too, so I'll swing by and
yeah.
get all those. Hold, square, con, mon. Cool.
This actually isn't any of the numbers.
It'll be a witness corner,
Right.
and, I'll use the witness language that we used.
Somebody want to make a motion though?
Which number are we gonna call this
We're
one?
not going to call it anything. We're setting a witness.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have to number it.
You gotta move it.
Yeah, we always number it. We number it whatever we would have numbered
Oh,
it.
he's talking about off of
I'm talking about this sheet.
Oh. Yeah, no, yeah. The witness corner.
So if there's a witness
to
corner,
the
then we're not-
meander corner.
I would say to the record location of the GLO meander corner.
We did
As a
one or
witness to
two of
the
those
record.
last year, and I've got them as an example, so I'll just copy whatever.
Yeah.
witness-
But formally, we have to make a motion, is what it amounts to if we're.
Yeah, if you guys wanna hold that northerly one of them, and then, yeah, it'll be a witness to the meander corner, hold
Okay,
condo
motion that-
as.
All this one.
Yeah, I'll just make a motion that we use the northerly concrete monument as a witness to the record location of the meander corner.
Okay, I second that.
And then you could clean up the language on the LCRC,
Cool, that works.
okay?
And the other one's just right around the corner,
But from,
pretty much. I should have left that other map out, but I think I got another one. So this one is just going I literally just walked down the shoreline the first time I was out there and then hit this one.
get that thing straightened out.
Here is the section line running through, because it goes right through a condo. But this one actually has some fun history. Switch over to this one here.
Where are we now?
What was the number on this one?
16.
Okay. That was what, N16,
Yeah.
even though it is an N16. but
The
it's
other
a
one's gonna
witness.
be 15.
Okay. And this one is where now? Over this other one?
Yep, just going north. So, let me grab my old map back out again. This is just around the shore. Here. Not that one. Oh, it's right here. Here's this one. We just did this one here. We're just coming up the shore
Oh,
to that one.
that's for the section line.
Yep. So here is,
Like
On
we
here,
got,
let's
like we got a condo
see,
there.
we
too.
are,
let me make sure I got the right one. I just opened up the, check that.
are we here, Seth? We're here?
Yep. This one was kind of neat. I didn't expect to find a doggone thing, and I actually found more stuff than I ever planned on. That old unrecorded plat, I'm gonna have to dig that back out, which is fairly important.
West Michigan.
Yeah, like I said, I found more stuff on this than what I planned on. So if you look at the time frame, basically you've got,
Northwest of 23.
all right, where did that? I gotta find the unrecorded plat again.
Northeast of
It's not
14,
sitting
right?
out here someplace,
No.
is it?
The northeast of 23. Okay. Did you, oh,
Nope, I don't have it.
I'll find it. It's in here somewhere.
One of the bigger ones?
No, I had one copy of it, and I need to find the, here it is. Okay.
This is unrecorded plat? This looks like a recorded plat.
Unrecorded plat of Chamberlain's, so.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So anyway, here's what happened on this one. I didn't expect to find a single thing on there. So when I started doing my homework on it, everything ran through the condos. I fully expected to can this one and not do anything with it, maybe switch out the corners. Like I just figured that was the way it was gonna play out. That's
I was
that.
gonna say, I don't have nothing that says west quarter corner. Okay, now we're on the
No,
table.
that's Nick's old one from the last go around.
Is that,
Yeah.
is that the old one?
So here's what happened is I didn't expect to find anything. So I went all the way back to the northeast corner of section 23 and then traversed over.
No, this is somebody else's. I got it right here.
Okay, here, I'll just scrub it. Then I went over to the north quarter corner of 23 and went, okay, at least I can push that through and see what I find. So I went, well, okay. Then I started looking, and on some of these old notes that Nick gave me from Pierre, and the timeline on this one gets a little confusing, so I'm gonna have to pick Nick's brain on this, because I don't know who came first on this. This is Pierre's, but I don't know the date. And I've got Bramer's stuff here from 41.
The Bramer would have been first.
Bramer would have been first, but I don't know where Pierre slots in
Oh,
after him. But here's where, looking at a couple of these things, they,
Is the 1816 the GLO?
yep,
Because you got county surveyor and those two.
1716 is GLO's distance over here to the side, way back.
Oh, wow.
Yep. And,
There.
and what it is on these old surveys, and you guys will have to pass this one around, because I didn't make copies, it was all stapled together. Bramer was in there, and he's got monuments, starting at the quarter corner, then he comes over about 1,200, and I measured 1,204, he comes over 1,205 feet, and there's a monument on the west side of the Crystal River. And I went, well, let me see if I can find that. And I found that, and I went, I'll be darned. It's there. And it's another one of those con mons with a 1-inch pipe on it. Well, while I was standing around waiting for the GPS to get locked like an idiot, I started walking around with a metal detector, and I found another monument 17
just
feet to the
south of
south. So, well, what the heck is that all about, and why is that there? Near as I can figure is looking at this unrecorded plat, I should have made copies. There's a whole bunch of monuments right in a row. So I was like, okay, I don't know which one's which, but let me keep going. So I kept going, and I went down to the shore, and sure enough, I found another concrete monument with a pipe on it, and another concrete monument with a pipe on it, and they all made a really nice line. And then to the south of that one on the shore again, sticking up out of the sand, which I didn't have to dig, which was fantastic, is
No.
another one about 19 feet away. And on that plat, you can see that, and I'll have to get this over to Dave too. You can see where there's no way to tell the distances on here, but there's two concrete
It looks
monuments.
looks like they got right away in center line of this
Yep.
road.
And you can see where this road says 40 feet, and I've got one at 20 feet,
Mhm.
and there's supposed to be one in the center line, and there's supposed to be one in the center line. So what I think I've got here the center line mon of this old plat.
Oh, man.
Can I see that?
Yep. And then, when you go through the notes of,
This would have been, is this Edgewood?
um,
This line right here? This is the one we're
Yeah.
talking about?
Yep. When you go through Bramer's notes, 'cause here's Pierre's stuff and notes, he's got the same general distances down here in Mon and stuff on the shore. And then you go through with the Roman numerals, these are Bramer's notes, and you can see where there's discussion in one of these things. I gotta get another page. Sets a meander corner. Set old concrete mon with 1 1/4 inch pipe, which is what I found. So he sets it a meander corner at 1816. And I've got it at, basically, I went all the way to the end, 1898. I didn't tally the short ones, but I can real quick.
So you
Ooh, they
measured
put bonds all over this thing.
1898?
Minus 96,
Yep,
71.
yep. So I'm at like 1802. I was about 10 feet short. But over that distance is not that crazy, but
Well, he was chaining across the river too, right?
yeah. So he was going through all kinds of stuff, but,
Yeah. You've been there.
here's where he says, here's the rest of Bramer's
You
notes.
done some of that too, didn't you? Did you work with waiters through here? Or was that just me?
I've done that I did that this summer.
This is here to there?
I did this
Yeah.
one little
Yep.
piece down here where we had to cross,
Oh,
What's,
yeah,
the- what's this land like?
across the river.
It's
a couple
all,
times.
where's
I
the
almost
dog
lost
on?
my help.
There
He was
It's-
short.
here's the
He
Crystal
stepped in, it
River.
was real
It's
deep.
flat.
He about floated
But
away.
here's where the monument would be for the
Went right
quarter
to the
corner.
top of his waiter.
Here's the first monument I found is on that
Oh,
side of
there's,
the
this
Crystal
is the river?
Yep.
Okay.
And then
I
it's
think we're gonna need waiters
like
the rest
this.
of the fall, to train someone.
just,
Yeah,
it's
we're
not
working
bad
on it.
rolls, but it's just a little sand rolls, 5, 6 feet up,
Oh,
5,
yeah.
6 feet down.
Mm-hmm,
And then I found these ones out in the front,
mm-hmm.
down towards the beach. Reading through Bramer's notes, here's 2 sets of notes from different times, but, he says that 968.6, found concrete monument at northwest corner of angle direct southwest to east, blah, 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 and measured east 97.3 feet to a concrete monument set by me for the meander corner, 16 feet west of the section corner. So I didn't measure
So that's
90.
that one.
Yeah, so he says he measured over 97.3 feet. I've got 96.7 feet.
Yeah.
So, he's looking pretty good on it.
So in other words, this is Bramer, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
that's Bramer's.
For me anything.
And incidentally, I don't have witnesses on here. All I did was compass to some trees and look. He's got witnesses on this. And if these trees on the beach getting windswept and beat up from whenever he did it, 7-inch pine, 15, if they grow ridiculously slow, I think I got 3 of these.
Ah, cool.
They don't make sense on they didn't grow much standpoint, but they make sense in that they're right where they're supposed to be standpoint. So I just checked those and I haven't added them to anybody that yesterday. But
What sort of trees are they?
they're all white.
Oh, wow.
That 7-inch white pine is probably more like a 10 to 12-inch white pine, but it's right at 43 feet. The one to the north is still not much bigger than that. The best one, there's a white pine if you go to the north at 120 feet, so I just shot it with a GPS click and just went past 120 feet.
Mm-hmm.
There's about a white pine growing up out of another old stump of a white pine it's right there.
Oh, okay.
Probably
And
stump.
then
Mm-hmm.
same way with this other one to the south, the 167 feet. There's a clump of white pines there like this that they're not much bigger than probably 18 to 20 inches, but if they're I don't know if they grow slow on the shore or not.
Can I
But
see those now?
yeah. And here's his notes on where he found he says he found the old plat corner. So what I've got is I've got the plat corner for the unrecorded plat at the shore.
That's number 65?
Yep. And then I've got Bramer's notes that say he came back 97.3, and that's my mistake on the timeline for the distances. I didn't put 97.3 on there.
97.
But in his notes here that Vicky's got, he says he came back 97.3 from that monument and set a mound with a pipe, which I've got another mound with a pipe. And that's what he's calling out as his meander corner for stuff. And he says it's 1816 over. Not 1816 over. I'm about 10 feet
Why do
short
they
on
got
it.
this set meander corner 32 feet south? What the heck
Well,
does that
probably
mean?
because of his they ran random lines.
Oh, got it, never mind.
Oh,
All of
so-
his stuff is usually straight line randoms.
Oh,
when they
yeah,
find
tornado
something,
from
they
random.
Didn't name,
Storm or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
So,
they've got all these witnesses, okay.
yeah,
so-
and then this must have been his second trip out, because he says he found a mound on the shore, because he was rerunning through the old plat,
Look at that.
and then he came,
1816 and 1716.
Yeah, I saw that.
unless I did the notes wrong, but 26 change is 1716, I'll double check it, so. But,
It's just coincidence.
Sure. Maybe they added them up wrong, you know, who knows?
Yeah.
I don't,
I wasn't there.
I mean, if they're using, like I say, they normally use the 33, half chain.
Okay.
Chain.
Mhm.
So they're adding up their tally as to how many half chains they're measuring when they say, you know, how many chains they went.
yeah,
So they might have been
62,
26 and a half
66
chains and then
intersect shore,
4 more
so-
links or something like that.
Yeah, so 26 chains, 26, it goes 17, 16, so that's where, yeah, anyway, you could.
What's 1816 divided by, out of curiosity? Divided by
Gotta be like-
30, 66, yeah.
27.3.
Yeah. So it may have been 27 chains
Yeah, so be really close.
instead of 26.
On this one, you could set it at GLO, but it's gonna be right in front of a condo,
Hmm.
kinda in the walkway area. It's hard to see on the photo of it, but you're right out in front of the condos
Here's
again.
the-
Oh, yeah, I see that.
But, these monuments on the shore are within spitting distance of a good storm, which is why I think this one was under the sand a ways.
I would,
This one was sticking up out of the sand, but it's
Mhm.
starting to sweep around a bluff and washing in that way.
Mm-hmm.
This one's a bad winter ice storm away from getting ripped out.
Okay.
This one's underground a ways, but give it a year or two, if the water stays up, it's probably gonna keep washing in that way.
Mhm.
This one's safe as can be, way back. This one would be certainly
Right in front of the
doable.
building.
I'm happy to do it, but it's gonna be arguably in front of somebody ripping out some junipers, changing a walkway and ending up in front of the homestead.
also, that's not a good location either.
This one's good. I'd like.
This is
that
good.
one. This one is,
Okay, so the
Fine.
question is either they may have dropped something,
mhm.
or when when they were figuring it out, they may have accidentally figured 1816 instead of 17.
Did they normally
This
change?
one, so you could just use the concrete one.
Yeah,
Let
cause
me
they had
think.
62 chains, they had stream 80 links course north, maybe?
At 62?
Yeah, 62,
Does
70.
that fit the,
But that's, coming all the way from the west, so that's at 12 chains, 22 chains over, sorry.
They were going,
They're running west, so 22
22 chains, yep.
times 6, 1452, which
1452?
doesn't hit much on the physical landmark end of things, because we're at,
of the creek.
yeah, we're at 12.
Is the,
They're on the east shore of the river there at 1205.
The river's here?
1204.
Because they're running between 14 and 23, and they start way over here at the northeast corner of 23. At 40, they hit the quarter post.
okay,
So from here on out, we can drop 40 off of
Yep.
everything. So then 2.77 chains hit a white pine. At 22 chains, they cross a stream, 80 L course north, is all it says.
Well, what side of the stream are they on?
So they'd have to be on the east side. So
these
they're running-
monuments, oh, okay.
But there's no way you're getting 1204 out of that. But the crystal wine's enough that maybe there's some other stream there, but they sure didn't call it out. So, I don't know. I thought of that too.
And
for
then
trying
the-
to check
the
it.
GLO is how many chains?
What is that in feet?
26 chains.
Yeah,
No, I meant when they hit the creek, or when they hit the.
they're at 62 chains
Right,
for
but what
the
is it?
stream.
The stream is 22 chains
Okay,
from
so
the core to
22
corner.
chains, 22 times 1452, yeah.
Yeah,
that's-
so it doesn't come up with,
That's not 250 feet wide, but.
no. And there's no way that the crystal moved that much. It winds all over out there, but it's not,
Especially if you
You're
found those
coming along
monuments
here.
sitting right there like that.
so I don't
That
know.
river hasn't gone anywhere.
No.
So but they're saying they're here.
Yeah, they're saying, they said they hit a creek at 62, or a stream at 62. They didn't say a river, they didn't say anything. It's just, that's what they hit.
And that would have been somewhere,
Almost to the end.
Might find
Yeah.
the West Pine Station at 4277, 16th century diameter. Alright,
Unless at some point in time they relocated the river there just for convenience.
relocated.
so are we
You
gonna,
never know.
No,
are we gonna use this monument that's in a good spot as a witness again?
that's what I'd recommend doing, just because it survived that long where it's at, with all the construction at the homestead. They probably won't go out that far anytime soon.
But if you go back to the east 100 feet,
I can get it in there. You're just getting, you're
But you're
getting
in-
up into the front yards of those
the
condos.
condos.
And that's where all the walkways feed down, and you're one upset person about landscaping and junipers and crap that's out there that's gonna get landscaped out or constructed
Well, you could
out.
just we could say we accept that as a witness to it because the record location is right in the middle of a
Yeah, it's
condominium development or something, you know.
I'm trying to remember the
The
distance.
residential,
You're
huh?
50 feet in front of the buildings, but that's the actual buildings, but then you got everybody's front yard walkway.
Sidewalk and everything.
I can
else,
certainly
yeah.
do it, but I would,
Let's do that if the state doesn't like it. That's the way I look at it.
Well, you just have
Then
to
they can tell
say
us-
that it's.
I can give
Well,
a
you-
tie
in
back to the
middle
buildings
of
and.
Walkways and
I'll-
landscaping.
Right.
Tell you what, if you guys would like to do it as a witness, contingent on checking the distances back and safety. of the
Well,
other
it's
one.
either that or we just say we set it at a location identified by county surveyor H.H. Bramer, you know, and such date as a meander corner.
But still call it a witness, just because it doesn't match the
Right,
GLO.
but it's not gonna be, I don't know if we can call it a number 2.
No, it'd have to be a witness
It has to be,
to witness the meander corner.
you know,
again.
identified as.
So Bramer did set this one?
Yep, it's in the,
Oh, it's in those notes?
here, he says he set monument there in this book, but here's a
But
better
it
explanation
specifically
of it.
calls it the meander corner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, so.
It's
And it
funny
doesn't-
that
To
it's
say it's at
100
it's
feet,
at a
isn't it?
location identified as.
and it doesn't show up, like, I mean, I've got the old books, it doesn't show up here, it doesn't show up.
Oh, concrete monument set by me for the meander corner.
And if you look at, like, section 23 and section 16, so assuming he went through here and played around with it, you can see where it's 1816, 1816, concrete monument with his witnesses on it.
Mhm.
So
What's this?
he scribbled it out, that's the, distance to the unrecorded plat corner. So somebody crossed it out and,
Found concrete monument.
I'm good with just calling it the meander corner, as identified by Bramer in that survey.
No, you meant witness, right?
No, I don't mean
Yeah,
witness,
yeah.
because I don't mean a witness to the meander corner.
it'd be a 4 then.
Yeah, it'd be a 4. He didn't find evidence of the meander corner, but he's saying that's where the meander corner was.
He says right here, concrete monument set by me for the meander corner.
So it'd be a 4.
And it's not down on the shore.
But it's
back.
not.
It's back, yeah, it's
back.
back a
It's
ways.
not a GLO.
Right, but who says GLO measurement was right?
Yep, maybe he's saying this 1816 is actually where
Is the
it
correct.
is the correct GLO
17, you know.
and not the
I don't-
17.
You got the
Then I would
original
just-
GLO notes?
Then I would just indicate that GLO is,
I don't think it gets any better than him saying that that's
I
the,
would identify, if it's a 4, I would identify it as the location of the meander corner as determined by H.H. Bramer, county surveyor,
It's good language
For-
on that.
okay?
For number 4?
And then indicate the record location of the GLO is 100 feet east.
Yep. So, establishment,
Do you think he found any of these and that's why he didn't find any of these widths, did he? I mean, this white pine.
Well, these are white pines, what he's got, but.
Yeah, but they
Yeah, I
don't-
wonder if you can make that connect, because if you can make that connection, then you have a one.
they don't,
Even if it is.
I think I looked at it, I don't think they get there.
Where's the white
I
pine?
got a typo right there, I gotta fix.
14
She's
inch.
got-
I try to come up with a
Mhm.
reason why he's 1816 and GLO 17, you know
I
what I
see.
mean, like, in my head.
Not just a coincidence.
Yeah,
I mean, the one white pine's obviously gone because it was a foot away, and the other one's 21 feet to the southeast, and there's nothing at 21 feet to the southeast in Bramer's notes.
okay.
So I tried to look at that, which I just found a typo on here too. So these are works in progress on that one, but. So if I say the establishment of the meander corner by
Right.
H.H. Bree is accepted as the perpetual.
Careful and faithful perpetuation of the position of the original
Or
corner.
number 4? No.
I don't know about perpetuation.
Oh, that's number 1.
I would call it.
I was reading number 1.
As a locally accepted,
That's a number 4
Yeah.
I'm talking.
That's
But
the,
only- I was
as a
talking
locally
position of the
accepted
original corner.
position of the original corner.
Number 4.
I mean, I can do that and then, run with it. See, he says that he was a county surveyor, he said he set the meander corner, which is different than the one we did over, the first one I did today, where it was just a concrete flat corner.
right.
That was never,
You actually have him
Identify
writing in the
actually
notes
here.
that this is it.
yeah, this is it. And then, whereas the other one, we had the old evidence of a cedar stake to the north, we had some other stuff to
Yeah.
work off of, so we're going back to Bramer's there. This is different in that there was no evidence, he said it, it's been used. I can defend that. If that works.
So how much more evidence do you need to get it to be a number 1, that it would have to fit GLO distance?
You have to be able to trace it all the way from.
Usually we found something
It
in
doesn't
one,
have to be the distance, but you have to be able to trace it all the way.
usually we found something even in the late 1800 surveys where they replaced them maybe with a stone or they say they found something.
And
Then
that-
30 years later or something, when Bramer came around,
He replaced it with the
found what they
monument.
had surveyed.
Or set.
I gotcha.
No
So
witness.
you
Somebody
just
had to
got-
find the witnesses and
Yeah.
reset it. and-
Okay.
This is gonna be number, witness 15, so W15, I guess, or do we call it an N?
Yeah.
It's not really a witness.
Well,
That's what Nick's opinion is that he thinks it should be an N.
And
well,
I'm wrestling with that.
yeah, the only reason why is that he's done enough sectional survey work where you find GLO distances, sometimes they're 100 feet off, 200 feet off. You know, when you
That's
look
why I
out
was
there
wondering
and
about
you
those
see, yeah,
witness
yeah.
trees, like if you could
And
make that connection. No.
it really depends on who the surveyor was that did it. What the conditions were when they did it, you know, there's a lot of variables there.
So N 15.
I don't know, you guys decide, I voice my opinion, you guys decide.
so what's the discussion? What to call it?
An N or a W for,
Is it a witness to the GLO corner, or is actual
meander corner.
meander corner? As determined by Bramer back in 19,
Well, what were you gonna write down, Zach?
It's just mostly what acronym for the corner code do we put?
No, I
down that
mean,
works
in your,
better?
in your statement.
The establishment of the meander corner, but the position, or, let's see, I gotta change my language, but the establishment of the meander corner by HHB is accepted as a locally
Well, it would
That's
be,
the best
Accepted.
available evidence of a,
Yeah, a locally accepted position of the original corner,
So then it's an N,
so it's gotta be an M.
right? It can't be a W.
yeah.
not
We're saying
witnessing
that's
that.
it, that's it.
So,
N15.
in other words, we're looking at this saying somehow GLO dropped it 100 feet.
Well, there might be something-
Kramer determined,
that's 1.5 change.
yeah, we're making that. Okay.
Yeah.
And going forward with this for anybody else's corners, like we said, we can look at the one that we did first today. And this one is, we've got, on the one we did first, we've got GLO, we've got a cedar stake, we've got history of it, the meander corner being well north of where we were at. Here we've got only the GLO. And within 100 feet, but we've got a county surveyor that set the concrete monument, called it the meander post.
Right.
You know, that, there's a definitive difference there between the
Yep,
two.
for sure.
Especially where the location is.
Yeah,
Usually, most of the surveyors, when they came along, if they were coming to the water, they would just say, set a meander post
Yeah.
at the water. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's specifically calling it the meander corner, and it's what, over 100 feet from the water, isn't it?
yeah, I mean, the one
Where the
that's
bank
down
and
there right
everything
now, he
goes?
set it 90-some feet back, but he set it such a spot that it's, I don't know what the shoreline looked like back then, but he
Right.
might have been looking at water like we are now, or I ain't gonna make it. And it dropped and they still.
Or there was a little dune there, and it went down, it sloped down to the water, so he set it up on.
Well, that's
top.
exactly it, is you go that last, before you hit this one right here,
Mhm.
10 feet back from it, you're like this. I walked up to the edge of that bank and almost didn't walk down there to look for that monument. Just because I was like, there's no way it's.
But that, yeah, is that like a dune there, or is that sand?
Yeah, it's all sand.
Yeah.
And,
Geez, all you gotta do is go up to Clipper Cove and see how that sand changes. When my dad did that, Clipper Cove subdivision, you know, back, what was it, 1960 or something like that? I've had to dig 4 feet down to
so,
find the monuments.
Mm-hmm.
on this one then, N15 and kind of the establishment accepted corner language, but we need a motion and, I can't just take my own corner.
Okay, I make a motion to accept it as, what?
Meander
Number
corner.
4?
Well, when you say number 4, what does that mean to anybody else who's listening?
Well, I was just,
Well, you just have to specify
As
meander
a
corner.
reestablishment of the meander corner by the county surveyor.
I'll run the language in it and
Yeah,
I'll use a similar, I'm just taking the number 4 as use some of that language.
okay.
I think I just put my number 4.
Okay, I'll second.
yeah.
And I put that away on accident.
How's it
Really good.
Good,
Is it warm?
yeah, it's really hot,
Maybe I'll go get some.
yeah. You guys wanna go to the bathroom or anything, we take a break, grab some coffee or water?
I don't know, but it's gonna be a long meeting.
We got another meeting, I mean,
Well, I got stuff that we gotta discuss before that other meeting, and we're gonna wind up having a third meeting.
okay,
Cool, yeah, I can drop this next one just is, there's nothing on the shore, but it's a case of, I got a section corner, there's a road that crosses, so I got right away corner, and I can push it out. And,
We're on the next one.
yeah, we're on to the next one, so I'll probably have that one done by the time we get back.
Oh, you're not ready with this one.
Oh, I can do it, but I just didn't know if you guys wanted to get, it's 3 o'clock.
Going on it, yeah.
Yeah, I
quarter to.
didn't know when you guys
Vicky's
wanted
gotta do her
to, yeah, I
corner.
didn't know when you wanted to cut me off, so.
Part of the agenda.
This one, I can make a pretty good judgment call on where this one's gonna fall.
What, do you need it, discussion?
Yeah, I think I can come up with it.
This is,
This one, I'm just gonna flat out say that, here's the pictures.
yeah,
There's a retaining wall there.
Yeah,
If you come
where are
out,
we on Lake Michigan?
yeah,
Dam?
we're in between 11 and 14, so we're way up here. If
In
you
the
come out
condos.
Oh, is this where you're going down Thorson Road and you come around? Yeah.
Oh, dear.
On the beach here, okay.
I was
I know where
there.
you're at, yeah. I've been down there before too.
Yeah, so you've got, basically up by the road, you've got you guys wanna just do this corner and?
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
just do it quick.
All right.
We're invested into this now.
Here's this one, here's the sketch on the distances.
What was the last number? I know it was in the end corner, but the
15,
N 15.
Yep.
Okay.
paraphrasing the details on this one, everybody's used the section corner there, the quarter corner, and run west off of it. And when they run west off of it, there's a road. That road has a right-of-way corner on either side. Found both of those. So that's what you see on my distance sketch, is I found both of those. And then you'll see where I made some notes that there used to be, everything down there's comps. I found nothing past the right-of-way corners down by the shore. It's just gone.
Right-of-way corners for.
There's a road right here between 140.
Well, the road ends right there, doesn't it?
It keeps going south, but it cuts south right across the section line there.
Because that was kind of like a plat that ended there, wasn't it? But that road extends to,
Yeah, it keeps going south quite a ways. There's a bunch of other parcels down there.
yeah, I know what you're talking, but the turnaround is to the north.
Yeah, turnaround's to the north.
To the north.
Yeah.
Turns into a private road
Yeah,
right
because
there.
this was like a little development down here, and then these are other meets and bounds
Yeah,
parcels
so
down here.
you see where there's quarter corner, right away set by Gosling Zuback, section line of section 11. Section corner, they say they found a monument. It's the monument that was part of the Park Service survey years ago. Here's another one with a monument and an iron down on the shore. And they're all really, I've got a really tight zone to look in. But there's one survey tucked in here where he actually says shoreline traverse is like blown out and set a new one.
Okay, so this one here was just that furthest out apparently down on the shoreline where you found that iron.
Yep.
71.
So you can see where they've got another one with a stone and they ran out to a bar.
Yeah.
And here's Bramer's notes, now that I know these are Bramer's, not Pierre's. But intersect Shore Lake set post at 313.50, which is shorter than everybody else's stuff.
Well, yeah, back up here.
Yeah. Here's the survey I'm looking for right here. Is Weinert was out there in 75, and he calls out, describe line moved due to erosion. And you can see where he had his old line out here and he bumped it back. So this old line that's out here with this monument is gone. Like, there's a retaining wall there now, and I dug at this spot where the monument was supposed to be at the 329, 69, 328, 328. I'm like, okay, I'm within a foot for all these surveys. I got the right-of-way corner, I came out there and just dug. I hit water. And about the time I hit water, I hit boulders and riprap. And what you can't see here with this retaining wall is it's all riprap covered with sand.
Yeah.
And this retaining wall runs uphill back that way, which the GLO Bramer location is gonna be, you know, back up in this, you see the retaining wall? It's gonna be like right in here in this fill sand again. So again, I could set GLO at that one, but I think it's in danger of eroding out. I can put it there. It's going to be right here in this field of sand. Like, there's nothing that says I can't, other than this retaining wall at one point in time was uncovered. And you can see where it, looking down the beach the other way, it sweeps around and.
Oh, nice day to be out there.
This was a nice day to be out on this one. I couldn't ring anything here. I couldn't find anything here. By the time I took this picture, the shovel's gone in the hole.
I see that.
I was standing down in there going, if this sloughs and I'm stuck here, it's gonna be really embarrassing. But I can set GLO distance on this one, on the line from the quarter corner up here through the two right-of-way corners that are still there. But I would like to set a witness to it up here on top of this hill for the reason that it's not going to go away. As you can see where I got the tripod set up here because I couldn't get the quarter corner in the woods with the GPS, so I just set up and shot a few things. Right up here on top of this little hill, there's a taconite NPS boundary sign. That's where the spike is. I found a spike next to it.
Over here.
Yep. I'd like to set it right in front of the NPS boundary sign. Because it'd be 1.8 feet in front of it. It'd be a witness to the meander corner. But I would like to set it there for the sake of, it's up on top of that ridge, it's never gonna go anywhere. And if these guys do shoreline restoration work, they do anything to rehab this wall, anything I set down here at the GLO or the old Gosling / Bruning / everybody location, it's just gonna go away again. So that's what I'd like to do, but, you guys have the final say on it. But I'd like to set it, holding the monument here, pushing it through these two right-of-way corners, and just extending it down to where the NPS sign is. Those are the reasons behind it. It's perfectly fine right here, right now, but if, I don't know, this retaining wall was exposed at one point, all that riprap was exposed at one point. It's no telling if I have no idea what it's gonna look like, but, I know that this one back here is never gonna go away. So if it does, it's got bigger issues up and down the shoreline. So I'd like to set a witness for those reasons on that one. Perfectly acceptable to set it at GLO, but it's just gonna be right back here in this beach grass opposite the retaining wall, probably in some riprap. And my 2 cents is I don't know how long it'll stay.
If you set it back and, I'm just,
So there's a concrete monument back at that other point?
No, there's just an NPS boundary sign.
oh, I see yours.
Oh, and there was nothing at Bramer's location?
There's nothing, I found nothing on the shore. I found one little tuft of flagging in here, and
But that's on the shore? there?
it gave me hope to keep digging an extra foot or so, and I couldn't find anything, I couldn't
Well, how'd you
bring it.
find this one out here? Wouldn't that be in the water if this was?
That's
on
where
the
it's just
shore?
comp, those are the comp spots.
Oh, okay, so where's the shoreline right now?
This blue line,
That is.
Okay.
it's out in the water.
Okay,
Yep, so Pierre's spot's gone. The shoreline's just worked its way east, is what it really amounts to, is Pierre had a
but you
perfect,
did find a monument here.
I did not find anything past this right away. These are all comps.
Oh,
So this is just Bruning survey shows spot here, there, and
Oh,
there.
okay.
So that's that comp location is based on those.
okay,
This comp location is just based on the GLO.
all right.
And Bramer
I
saying
gotta
that,
put my glasses back on so I can.
87.
so there's,
So Bramer said something at the GLO distance, huh? Wow.
yep, his
I mean, in
notes
his notes.
are right.
But you don't want to set it at the GLO, you want to. set it
Perfectly
back-
fine setting it there. It's gonna be, that's actually the easiest spot for me to set it, because it's all gonna be sand, it's gonna go right in, and I can GPS it directly, like,
Yeah, I was
but,
gonna say, you might get a shot on that.
I mean.
oh, I know I could, but
That's west of this break wall and riprap.
it's, yeah, you can see where this break wall runs up the hill,
Yeah,
The
and,
break wall's in between, it's in here.
yep, yep. So if I had to draw the break wall on here, it would look something like this.
okay.
Oh, okay.
So it stops up here kind of on the property line. Here's I can ring with a metal detector on it and chip around and find some of it. But I thought maybe there's
So
not
if there's
anything in the
further
wall.
erosion, it might go up to the break wall.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, because you can see where this break wall goes up this way. That Bramer corner is gonna be somewhere right off in here. Shame I didn't take this picture before I did this, because I scuffed around and poked around up in here later too. Nothing says I can't set it at
You would just
GLO.
have to explain that you didn't set it at GLO distance because of,
Potential for shoreline erosion.
potential for shoreline erosion. It's, what do you call it? not landward, but the other direction,
So
shoreward.
is this,
From,
Yeah,
from,
trying to,
from
like,
the break wall.
is this line,
Yeah,
is this line based on,
Rocks and
Based
all.
on-
just going through these
Yep,
monuments?
just going from here to there that way.
Okay.
It's a short site. I mean, not the greatest distance, but it's not crazy, for,
There's a little kink in it.
yep. And there's, I mean, Gordy's was out there, when were they out there? It's kind of,
So is this quarter corner, this concrete monument, is this Remon?
yep,
I mean.
And then what's
you-
this one?
that's like a flat corner off there to the
Oh,
east.
okay.
Okay,
I mean, it's,
You could set it there, but it wouldn't, at the GLO, but it might be handy to have
It'd be
a
good for.
permanent marker set back to the east as a witness, but it doesn't have to be necessarily something with a brass cap,
Yeah, it can be just an iron or something.
just an iron or something.
I mean, I can set an iron up there right in front of this sign as a witness to the meander corner versus using a tree.
Yeah.
Nothing says I can't, but, and I'm comfortable with it, so. But, yeah, you can see where Gordy's was out there, they did a survey for the Park Service.
mm-hmm,
They got a little line to lake here,
mm-hmm,
and there's a detail of that area. There's a north quarter corner and there's a lake. They found a corner on the right of way. They don't give any distances or any measurements or anything, but it comes in north of the building and they don't show anything else that way. So I'm sure that's where this,
why would they draw a detail if they don't have anything to show for it?
no idea. I thought the same thing. I was kind of hoping for a,
Maybe just to show the building.
yeah, no encroachments. I mean, it might just be a quick way to show that everything was safe.
What in the heck is that? He finds an iron up there?
So I don't know the scope of it, but I'm sure it made sense at the time. I was really hoping there'd be a corner tie or something.
Gravel drive somewhere. Oh, could be that.
I defer to you guys on this one. That was the question I really wanted to raise was, I'm happy to set the meander. There's nothing out there that says I can't. Just didn't know if it'd be better to set it as a witness or set it as a meander. And I wanted you guys' opinion on it.
I think it'd be either way, to tell you the truth. If you wanna, what's your opinion?
I'm kind
Yeah,
of
you-
leaning towards setting the meander corner and setting something up here by the, setting some as a witness.
You're the county representative,
No,
what do you wanna do?
I'm not even here,
We're just, we're just
but
the
yeah,
peons, right?
no.
So, I'll set it to meander. How about that? And I'll let you
So
guys know what I
if
do.
Let me ask you this, like you were digging down there, you hit? You
I hit,
actually
I
right
thought I
there?
hit a mon. I was so happy, I couldn't even tell you.
And
Like,
with
it didn't
rocks?
ring. I was like, yeah, and I dug around it and then it's, where water kept coming in, so I'm like, here's the deal. I'm gonna dig out a big hole and get it right. You can see where the line was in the sand. Like, and it was, water was pouring in with that much at the top of it. I'm like, I've got time. Here's what I'm gonna do. So I dug out the hole bigger, tapped around where I thought the mon was. And then at the last second, I quick scuffed out the whole bottom of it, and then I was like, it's a rock, there's nothing on it. And I dug out more of the rock, and it's a big slab of rock. And that's when I noticed that down the shore further around the front of that retaining wall, there were more rocks.
More
Like,
big rocks.
I was like, oh, nuts. So, it bummed me
Well, if
out.
you get out there and you think there's no way to set one because of the rocks, then certainly you could
Cool.
cut it back
Well,
there.
I'll report back to the next one. It'll be a fairly easy revisit.
Okay,
And,
we'll make a motion then.
no need reason to motion it right now, and I'll let you know what
We'll table it to next.
yeah. No matter where I end up setting it, I know you guys are aware of it, and I'll be kind of comfortable with it, so I'll report back and we can vote it depending on how many big rocks I hit at the meander corner location. Sound
Okay.
fair?
Yep.
The big rocks cost-
If you ever run across these surveys,
Hmm.
be very skeptical of some of the info on them.
Okay.
There's a couple of them floating around, especially up like Wheeler, Darwin.
Are those
Lynn.
mats?
Yeah, they're a little
Okay.
unreliable. So, it's probably a good way of putting it. Some of the park service.
Oh, yeah, with the grid in the ground and all that
They're a little-
garbage on there.
Yeah.
They're a little dicey.
Dimensions on that.
Just need to cut a hole for a straw.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we can figure out who's.
So I'll be really easy at the next meeting, 'cause that'll be the only quick one that I got left. Just gotta get monuments, and put them all in. Last year, I was dealing with a base and a rover and set everything up, ran stuff through the core state. Did you just shoot everything multiple times and run right off the cores network for your stuff, Dave?
I set a base
Did you?
and then used cores to establish the base and then used the base to shoot the rover.
That's what I did last year too. Maybe I'll do that again this year. Set a point on the shore randomly and opus it while I'm pulling witnesses and stuff and then shoot it that way. That's what I'll do. That'll be the easiest thing to give some redundancy to it.
According to the instructions, it's not like you gotta be as accurate as a certified survey anyway.
No, not if we're only gonna certify it to, well, what is it,
What?
3 decimal points?
Course.
So
It
6
looked to me
feet?
like it could be anywhere within about a 1 foot circle, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's probably
Yeah.
even looser than that.
Yeah. Worser?
Loose.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, looser.
break your foot
Loose.
over and-
It's hard to tell what people are talking
Yeah.
about these things half the time for me.
It's silly.
Yeah, oh well. I can live with it for a little more time.
Yeah,
It's so random, the whole thing. One thing I do support though is, states are individual, okay? As far as, I'm against a nationwide mandate. Every state has its own constitution, they elect a governor, it's up to each individual state to decide how they want to handle it.
I like that too.
That's the way I look at it.
That's how we're handling this business.
Yeah, yeah. What's his name? Wants to just make a
Well-
nationwide mandate, tell everybody how they're supposed to do it.
Once you get that power,
Oh, yeah,
It's hard to
that's
give
what you're
up.
giving up. You're giving up the individual right of the states, and that's one of the primary things of the Constitution.
Talking politics?
Just
try
giving-
not to.
I forgot what, oh, we were talking about the masks. That's what it was. But like they say, I think it's up to each individual state as to how they do things. That's all.
When's the next meeting?
We were talking about that, must have been before you showed up, but we wanted to ask you first. So
Oh.
let me show you the calendar here. What do you think about that Thursday?
The 19th? Oh, yes, that's gun season. So
Yeah, I know.
Thursday. I think
If you
that should
want,
be
let me know
fun.
you can.
Because this is Thanksgiving, right? Yep.
Yeah, we didn't want to go
Yeah, we
past,
wanna go with- yeah.
past that week.
Okay.
We could do it on Friday, but I didn't think that would, you guys would want that, because,
The afternoon on Friday? No.
yeah. We don't want to get too close to the 15th, because
Only-
everybody's got
Only if
plans
she's
for
bringing beer,
that.
right?
So have you been out ball hunting?
Oh, heck no.
Oh,
No, there's just too much stuff to do around the house, the weather going sideways. Last year, I keep remembering that we got, 3 feet of snow partway through November, so I'm like, no, unless we get my stuff done.
I know.
When the time changes, I will be able to hunt better, because right now I get home, and I try to be home by about 5. We eat dinner, hang out with the kids. I don't wanna go hunt when I get home, because it's dark till 8, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
miss them, so I just
Yep.
don't hunt right now. 'Cause
Yep. I do the same thing. I hunt, my one day is Saturday morning.
Mhm.
That's it.
Yep, so, no, we had
Oh, well.
stuff going on outside of work and family and things have been taken care of. Just, anyway, haven't had time to hunt.
Well, Vicky, what are your corners like?
All right.
I mean, do you
I'll
wanna
pack
do
up the
yours
whole
first?
shop.
Vicky's got the easy ones, so that's what I heard.
That's what I'm hoping.
I mean, do you have easy ones?
She's got at least one that should be fairly easy.
I mean, I got two that can be done right at the same time.
Ooh,
And I got one that's just a slam
I hope
dunk.
one's easy, because I gave you a survey on one.
So.
you wanna do yours up? I wouldn't say mine are easy, but they're not, a couple of them aren't too bad.
Hopefully two of them,
Well,
both
you
of them
wanna
I've
do a
got
couple of
corners
yours?
at.
Okay,
Yeah. And let's do a couple of yours and we'll see what the time is and then,
okay.
because I know that there's a couple here that we do need to discuss, but there's a couple of them that are easy.
I hope two of Vicky's are easy, because one of them I got a corner at, and the other one I did a survey on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
let's
she
do this.
said Zach did it, better throw that one out.
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping against. All right, I picked the scribble sheet. Where is it? Here it is.
Dave, every now and then you gotta turn around and look at the camera.
No, thanks.
You're lucky. You can
I-
match it next.
Yeah, I should have sat over there, I think.
This is just for reference.
Oh,
So I can keep them separate.
which one are we
No, we
doing?
forgot to do you guys. Oh, no, we approved last week's minutes. didn't
We're
we?
good.
We did that right at the beginning.
I'll get this down. I'm just gonna slide these down. You
Look at
pass
this.
these down to Dave.
Advertising Arts Tavern and they got 3 kids.
Yeah, no. Oh, I know this one.
Where are we?
You are here.
Yeah, I know that, but where are we?
Into Brooks Lake Road in section 31, west
Good job,
line.
Dave.
Section 31.
Alright. Now here is a Grady, I just want everybody to have a copy of your survey. You can see what's cooked. I tried to get this one as the easier one.
You got a copy of my survey in there.
And here's your
Yeah.
survey.
Oh, 31, 20, or
Finally.
okay. got it.
Yeah,
29,
so, this is one, I just did, when I didn't have witnesses and everything, I just did these sheets. So you could see the dimensions. This is on Brooks Road. Basically, the scoop is, came down from the section corner and it's right down the middle of Brooks Road, the section line is. There's 2 meander corners down there at the end. One of them, everybody's used forever. In fact, most people have even put witnesses on their surveys. But the other one at the very end of the line, this half-inch iron, which is on the survey, and on yours too. So
Well,
you got it
that
there?
wasn't
Yep.
meant to be the meander corner.
But it's right at GLO.
Oh, really?
It's right at GLO.
Yeah, because I found that, didn't I?
You did?
Yeah, because I wasn't paying attention to that stuff. I just
Well,
know it was on the line.
Right at GLO.
Yeah. Well, that's,
So
was that
the
my,
only,
was it my iron or was that another
and
iron?
here is a picture of like where it is, you know, looking down at the lake, the
Mm.
half-inch iron.
Where's this other survey? You got this survey? PJ Oman survey, I don't know,
I don't know, maybe. This one? Well, that's Mike Binder.
I think that you got to use the GLO one, you can just call the other one out as a witness.
Yeah, but you see, do you know how that land got there? Right there?
No.
Okay.
Here's a
This,
aerial.
you see this line here? That's where the shoreline was in 1951. Okay. that meander point would have been out in Glen Lake.
Right, we didn't think it was that old.
This guy, when he put this channel in, he took all this spoil and put it out here
Mhm.
and built it up.
Oh, I did this survey for this guy and,
Well, I know, that's because I couldn't get back out there or whatever, and he was, I did a lot of preliminary stuff for him.
so no, there's notes in his deeds about that being Phil and there's,
Well, I
yeah.
know the whole story, I ran the line for them up to their drain fields that they got up here for that stuff and everything. I've been back and forth with that guy probably half a dozen times.
The quandary on Vicky's end of it is, you got a meander corner at the GLO position, and you got another corner that's been called out as a meander corner.
Mhm, right.
Right, because it was called out on earlier surveys as a meander point.
Here's this survey too.
There's no other history on that
Yeah,
iron though,
yeah.
is it?
You see, the purpose of this survey was to identify the area
Get that
for,
down today, Blaine.
of the turnaround area of this thing here for the road commission.
Yep.
Purpose for this survey at this point in time was something for Kip Holt, because he wanted to have this described and this described.
Yep. Yeah, those were old surveys I think I got from Kip,
Yeah,
and those ones right there that Vicky's got.
we had a big layout though too, with the building, where the line went through there. and stuff.
Mhm.
You wanna see what Kip's survey looked like? It turned into 7 pages.
Yeah, it was a
Well,
lot of
he's an
stuff.
attorney, isn't he, Kip? Yeah.
He might be.
One of the people there, I know,
Really nice guy.
oh, I know, he's flying with his seaplane.
Hi, Beach.
Or there's
Flying
buddy did, I
garage.
can't remember which one.
Sunset?
So, I think it's,
I think you gotta.
Yeah, see, that's that area we were identifying.
I think you-
I had
I
actually,
pulled this out first, like, I think this will be easy.
I think I'd written a description for that. Didn't I? Is that you,
I
Brian?
gave
Yeah,
you
there's
both
just nothing
surveys.
ever said on it, so.
Yeah, because he wasn't sure what he wanted to do.
I think you have to use the GLO just because it's at GLO, and then
Right.
you can call out the other one as a, you know,
As a witness.
use it as a witness.
Well, this is a locally
And then-
accepted meander corner, yeah.
and,
Right. So this would be witness, and this will be in, whatever it is. Let's look.
And then, yeah, just, and whatever the explanation is on the stuff, just say, hey, you know, the other corner is so far used as a, what is it, 5/8 inch? Whatever iron it is that's used north of there.
36 and 31 and 36 is, okay, so this is gonna be one of the ones that's 2 numbers. So in 2914, it's gonna be number 4, so N4. N4 and 2914, and whatever it is in the other one. Okay.
I'm
So,
gonna find that later, writing stuff down.
yeah, you guys have to do the motioning.
I'll make a
I
motion to
can't.
hold the iron pound at GLO and for,
Was it, no, wait a minute, was that my cap there too? Oh, no, it's just found iron, no cap, okay. We're calling this one,
I will second that.
this is what now?
I made a motion that we hold the iron pound at the GLO location
Okay,
and,
like a number 4?
yeah, careful and faithful. I accept best available evidence for the position of the original coroner. And, just make sure that we call out the other one that's been used in the explanation of stuff as a,
What was the number, Richie?
So this is gonna be 2 different numbers, but you can say N4 and 2914. N4
Okay.
and 2914. Use old, or use, let's say one of them. That's right. Yeah,
5765.
say witness. Yeah, we have a lot of witnesses down there, because we found your iron neck over here on the right of way from that survey. One here, yeah, lots of
started looking
witnesses.
around on the metal detector was broken, that shoreline traverse, there's stuff all over out there too.
Yeah, Well, here's the one everybody else used, this one with the bent top, it was about a foot down. Okay, so that was quick.
Yep.
You guys are good, you guys are good, you guys are-
Next one.
Thank you so much for looking through all that. Now I got a big mess with it.
This is yours? Vicki?
You can keep that.
This one.
Yeah, this one.
Just skip around when you're out there.
No. Well, it might have been, we saw some people moving around, but nobody said anything. We were waiting for it to come down.
One.
He
And
lives,
what?
he lives in Champaign.
Let's see,
Really?
no, that can't be it. That's gotta be too far south. I grabbed the wrong map. We gotta be just on the corner of 29.
13, right, am I right? Yeah, 29, 13.
27, 13, 27, 14.
Look at that.
What's that?
Nothing, I'm just admiring it.
29, 14.
Is this you? No, this is dad.
I'm just referencing his old survey.
Oh, I see.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
29,
That's
no, 31, 11.
You were there.
Huh?
I said you were there.
28, 13, getting close.
South
We're gonna
Main
need this
post
one.
on the
Might
west
be-
side.
Keep that one out.
It's not this one, is it? No.
That was 87 first. I think it's something did for the road commission.
There's one on the-
Because they just had a question about their turnaround and everything.
Let's check.
Okay.
It's one of those old things where basically the
12.
people who live down on that road, you know, they don't like having the public access at the end of the road.
Yeah.
You gotta make sure that you keep it open for the road commission and the public.
No, you have to get that number then. But I don't.
Back in my office. All right, we'll get the number. This is 28. 2814, that's Empire.
The difference kind of like between people from a long time ago
Yeah.
and ones now,
Yeah.
that a lot of the people way back then would say, oh,
All right.
we'll just give
Well,
this
that's-
area so the
yeah.
people can have some access to the water. Now
No.
the people who live around here, we don't want people coming.
Yep.
I was doing stuff down there.
Huh?
Yeah, down by Laker Shakes and stuff too, where they got all those road ends and people are just slowly but surely planting stuff into them.
Oh, yeah, that's right, the road commission has to trying to keep them open.
No record. Must be an easy one too.
This is the next one?
Yeah, I'm making a pile for you, Dave.
Okay. And
Yeah, let's see if I get
Wait, this is the one we just did, this map. Oh, you got one going out this way?
this one right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, send this down to Dave if you will.
There you go.
thank you.
All right, so this one might be easy too, because. No, nothing.
There's nothing there?
Nothing, I'll show you why. It's right in between, here's the section line, right?
Yeah.
So the property sits on top.
They straddle it.
So the only thing we found section corner, we found a right of way. You can see on here, here's the road actually comes in like this. Something like that. So we found this and this to make a line. And that was our line, we extended down to the water.
Oh, yeah, that's right, this is, yeah, you've got nothing going to the east.
Here's the
Because we got the
survey
double
that we
corners
did
on
back
there.
in the day.
Yep, I remember being out there and locating a Full load of trees.
Hope I don't sneeze.
Yeah, we set up right over that area. There's nothing.
So,
Would you
I
have-
got
you have-
GLO on here.
Something that shows this line is-
Whose iron was it?
It was just a deer iron. It was right on the right of way, I'll say that, but it was about at the distance that I was looking for, and this guy's description just says, as you can only imagine, that part of the northeast quarter is section 36 north of the road. So there's no
Oh.
distances on the description.
Perfect.
So we were, just kind of hunting around and we found something, so we used that just to get us down to the lake.
Whose sketch, is this your sketch?
Sorry.
Oh, okay, but this is the line, the water is supposed to be out here, Gun Lake, okay.
Mhm.
This is where you're ending right here, and there's a deck there, it looks like.
Right. Which if you look at this, we got that on there too. Sorry.
Actually, build.
Here.
I remember doing this.
Yeah.
I was supposed to, yeah.
Is that this one?
Yep.
Oh.
I've got this one.
Yeah, so this is a lot of nothing right now. So I'm kind of banking, the only thing I'm banking on is this being on the line. I don't know that it is. I'm gonna try to get maybe, what's that, Gosling survey or Gordy Fraser survey?
GFA one.
Yeah, see if I can get some more information out of them, just so I have a line. And then we put some spikes on here so we could set something, but there's a giant, cliff going from here down to the lake.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should table this one until we get a little more information.
We could,
Let's do that.
but yeah, but then the quandary is gonna be, okay, GLO, 914 on my, what do I got here?
You got 92852 to the shore.
Yeah, so GLO would be somewhere on that kind of big cliff going down there.
If it falls on that, yeah, look at the contours on that
Oh,
map.
top of bluff, we said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if,
It'd be,
we would
I
probably,
mean,
we would
it'd be
set it on top, well, I would
Yeah,
set it
it'd
on
be
top.
Oh.
really,
Witness to GLO.
really great.
Yeah, I wouldn't go down that bluff.
What's the relief like?
Oh,
It
man,
sucked.
Straight down.
There's
the-
no
Those
relief.
lines are awfully stacked into each other there.
Yeah, it's about 20 feet.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. Those are 1-footers.
Yeah, it goes straight down. So anyways,
So that's starting as you go up the past foothills here, that big bluff that goes along the side of the lake. That's the start of it. It gets much
so
much
you want me
worse
to
the
table
further
this and
north
get
you
more
go, but.
information on that right
This
away,
one
and
is.
Yeah,
Next time we can
if you
decide to
contacted them, yeah.
Set it on
Yeah.
top of the, okay.
Right there.
There's probably no
And I'll
old
work, I'll
records
work
of an
for
angle.
something too.
turn.
Okay,
See if I got any field notes that maybe Kyle missed or something.
okay.
Yeah, but
So-
there's no reason to go east because it's a different township and everything. so
Right, well,
can't
yeah,
really
you
push
got
it
double
across.
corners on
Yeah.
the line, yeah.
So anyways, that's what Nick said, he wants to table it till I can find out at least how to establish a section line. Maybe that, I just
Just make a
need more
motion to table it
information.
and then,
Motion to table it, but if you find the info between now and then and whatnot, you'd have to set it on the top of the bluff. I'd totally
If you
be
win this.
understanding of that.
yeah.
'Cause it's,
I'll second that.
Okay.
I'd much rather
Alright.
walk up to that than down to the shore.
Yeah.
Table, get more info.
Table, but a pretty clear direction on that one. I mean,
Yeah,
Oh my
Moving
god.
along.
I was actually really happy to find that right away.
Sometimes you gotta know.
if you don't have any other info, that's gonna be the best evidence you've got, and I'd still think you pushed that line through the right of way.
It looks okay. I kind of figured, using whatever I had available about the 206, and we looked there and there was.
What kind of an angle is it off of the section line there? Because
Yeah.
I know that line,
Um,
the township line isn't straight. It goes like, it jogs all over the place as you're going
Did you
down.
by chance talk to Randy on that one for any info?
Randy,
Wendland.
no.
Might want to get a hold of him on that one. I think he's done some work north of there, and he might have some info on that. It seems like I got a phone call to do a lot or something north of there, a couple lots north, and there were some double irons or some random stuff going on. And I think he might have been the one that went in and marked up some of that. And said he found some of Bill's old stuff and some old irons along there. And
Oh, some of Basker's.
there's a whole piece of some puzzle there that, I took a wilderness first aid class with him. We got to chit chatting over stuff, and that was one of the jobs that came up.
Maybe, Mitchell's got something to Basker's, who knows? But you already contacted Mitchell,
Me?
Yeah.
No, not yet, I didn't.
okay. What is this one now?
Let's see if I got more copies for you guys.
Who has Batzer's record?
Bob Mitchell.
Mitchell?
All right.
Oh, and Hank Grush, if anybody's looking for his stuff, it's not out there anymore. It's gone, as far as I've been able to figure out. So when he passed away, he didn't want it to go anywhere, and that's where it went.
Oh, he disposed of it?
So,
Wow.
so I was trying to track down some, no, I had somebody call me and I had notes in Neil's old file that it was a Grush survey, and this stuff always stands out because he's had a really distinct way of drafting, and I
Yeah,
had a copy of a part of it, but, I made some phone calls, tried to track down where his records went, and that was the answer that I got, was it's,
why?
From his wife? Widow?
I didn't get a hold of his wife, but I got a hold of people that helped clear out his surveying equipment and stuff, and their records are, it was his wishes that was just where they went, so it just
Who was
didn't go
that?
anywhere. Hank Grush, did a lot of work on Old Mission Peninsula, did a lot of oil and gas work.
What's his
Yeah.
number?
It was Aubrey Hank Grush, so if you
Yeah,
see like an
Aubrey.
AHG or something on a cap, you don't see a lot of them, but when you do run across them, yeah. So, just as a side, if you happen to run across his stuff, it could be really hard to find it, it's not recorded.
So Dave, you're wondering what these things look like. There's one.
Oh, okay.
It was.
Someone just pulled it
Zach
out.
put it in the
I
lake a
I
couple
found it in the
years
lake.
ago.
One of those tile miners?
Yeah, and you know, it's.
Found
like,
concrete
I had-
monument.
Yeah, I had a metal detector up and down that, and it only rang right at the top. Yeah,
Yeah,
crazy.
I wish my memory were better, but I remember finding that in the water and setting it there.
Was it on its side when you found it?
He pulled out the water.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, was it
out in the
just
mud.
laying down?
It was back, it was long enough ago that I don't remember, but it was out in the water, just, I think, laying there.
Or
Just throwing
leaning?
it out on the shore.
Yeah.
So I just, yeah,
Okay, so this is basically a scale of, the meander corner's not there anymore. The from the section corner all the way down to the water is 1947, and at 1916 he hit water. So we're not gonna have a GLO thing. So
It
probably.
looks like Fisher Lakes had some erosion there
Yeah.
through the years, because even Bramer was saying 1925-40, which was already less, and then
Mhm.
I got my dad saying 1893-50.
yeah, my iron came out of the survey of the lot to the south, as I said it, based on all the mons and irons I found from that, from the
Yeah,
plat, 'cause there's a plat to the south.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, I've
A
been in that.
little bit
plant
north
there.
of the line, but,
But these were
But
all.
it checks
meets
out
and
going
bounds.
good to the south to everything, like I gave you all my points.
right.
Well, this is all flat, this whole thing.
So we went over the section corner, found the National Park Service lawn on the right of way on the east side, and found the Pearl Stout on the west side, and all three of those line up, so we could use that for line.
And what would happen to the monument over
I
there?
think it's a case of a deflection again there. Are you sure that's not the same thing we had going on in the other ones with see, if you go to the south, I've got the mon there and the iron there. I've got the other corners of lot 20.
Yeah,
As long as you're okay with it not being a deflection there at the road like what we had going on with those other ones I had with pushing the Park Service stuff through.
yeah, I don't think,
Wait, is that going up to that, is it the hill?
Cause
Is
you
there-
got,
is
do
there
you
a
have the
hill?
sketch I sent you on that or my notes for the?
yeah. Okay, one sec.
I mean, I'm fine if you wanna toss the
Here
iron out, but I
is-
think it's a case of a deflection again.
Oh. Zach, what are you doing setting these irons 1.4 feet north
I
of line?
retraced the lot to the south, and it checks out good for the retracing the lot to the south.
I don't know if these are gonna help prove out a
See the
deflection.
magnifying.
This is flat, and there's a deflection.
No, but it's kinda like there was no deflection on that plat that I did over on Glen Lake for that first one I did. 'Cause I think it's a case of you hit here and
Oh, okay.
it bent. Cause I measured, what the heck did I measure to the south? Oh, I got some of my field notes. I sent you the comps on it though.
Where's that?
Hill Creek.
Yeah. Cause all these hit for, I mean, this corner, this corner, this corner, this corner, and the one I set are all under under a 10 for lot 20.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But the bad news is, that number there, 598, I think it's really supposed to be 589.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I think it should
So
be.
but there's
we
there's a goof up out here
gotta-
on the road, but you still got this monument to the south that's there. This angle checks, this checks. So this iron out here on the road, that number 6 that I shot is,
Is that 629 or
What are you
72?
looking at?
The north, the number on the north.
no, because you can see where I quit trying to comp
Here you
this
go.
corner right here.
I just-
Yeah.
Because it wasn't closing out right, but this stuff and all these angles in between, that all checks.
I know, but I can't not set it on the section line. We went all the way over and ran this, through this, through this, these all line up.
We just did that with the one I did at Nick's earlier with the plat, Hill Creek, we did the exact same thing, Vicky.
I'm gonna let these guys talk about it.
'Cause we did the same thing earlier, as we deflected it at the corner of the plat. We did it at the 8th corner and the other one.
Hmm.
Did you guys
So
check?
it's gonna be a witness because obviously we can't set it in the lake.
I would hold this.
There's a ball in the lake. Where's the,
I don't have a problem with
of
it.
course it does, just hold the monument out.
It's just,
Yep.
this
Oh.
just, there's a little kink there. That's the same thing we did on,
Yeah, on the one.
On the other ones.
Yeah.
here, we did on 2 of them.
How do you know this one's not off the line?
All 3 of these line up. They're all in line.
And then you're saying there's a kink to get to that one?
It's the same thing.
Zach's saying there's a king.
I'm saying there's a kink. You didn't go here. You gonna short this
Right,
guy
I
a
didn't
foot
go
and
there.
change? You didn't retrace lot, the plat, that's all I'm getting
No,
at.
I went on the section line so I could compare it to GLO because I saw the mon
Oh,
hanging there by the
you're-
tree, not
You're
in
showing
the.
the whole line as being straight?
It goes 1, 2, 3, these are all on line.
This
And then
one?
Zach held the south monument of lot, he went around the bottom of lot 1.
Zach, you went around like this?
Yep.
Yeah,
And you
then
came
he
back north? Okay.
And I found all the other corners, but the one that was obviously out of the
In
ground
the
there,
water.
You found everything except for,
except for that one, which
Of
is why I
course.
said it. But it checks out all the way around it, but you'd have to put a kink in it.
Yeah,
so the kink is gonna be from here to here?
Yep,
based on the bottom of lot 1.
based on the bottom of lot 20.
or
And
lot
these other
20.
lawns, because I've got that corner, that corner, that corner.
What's on the north side of this? Is there another plat on the north side?
Yeah, let me show you. I thought
Apparently that's a perlet.
I mean, I'm fine with it, but I know that I surveyed all of lot 20 and I got it all to comp out right and everything checked for.
I'm just curious
Yeah.
if you measured down from whatever's north, what do you come up with?
I do have, I mean, I got all the stuff that shows that Bramer, you know, when he said it and stuff, but not there.
No, Bramer said it. He,
Yeah.
okay.
We just did the kink thing on a couple other ones, so it's not,
I don't have a problem with holding it right where it is. What, you want to straighten it out, Vicky, or you don't? you
Well, I
don't-
went all the way over the section corner to see where the section line was, so we
Yeah.
have that dimension.
I
Yeah,
did the same thing on the
And-
other ones. It just
right.
kinks.
But how big of a kink is it? What are you talking about?
I don't It's a foot and a half.
Foot and a half, so you're gonna set another one a foot and a half away from it? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, we have to set a witness corner there no matter what, right? Somewhere.
Yeah, but I would just use the monument.
Which is
Okay,
what I
we are-
replaced with my iron.
I don't know.
How close is the iron to the shore?
Establishes a section line since going way back to Bramer.
So
I was
what
looking
are you
up
saying
the
again?
stuff to the north, I was pulling.
I'm saying to accept the monument.
What monument?
The monument's the one I replaced with my iron. It's sitting up against a tree. It's down in the
monument-
Oh,
water.
the monument's gone.
It's
Oh,
out of the water. It's just sitting there up against a tree. That's what we're talking about.
Here's what I did. This is how I did to put it back. Is I've got this corner, that corner, that corner, that corner. I held the south line to 20. Rotated up to here, that checks, and I use that to kick that angle up.
what's the north line of 20?
I set the iron up here because it was washed out.
Oh, I see, you basically came up.
I comped where it should be.
Are all these lines parallel? So you held this bearing and then pushed it?
I comped it going north. They're not all parallel. But what I did was, I found this, found that,
yep.
found that,
Mm-hmm.
set everything here. My comps came up, hit that one, comped where that one was supposed to be, found it out in the water, used this, and then I used that to set where that point should have been. And it checks.
Yeah,
comp
but that
line.
dimension is screwy, number
This whole
one.
road out here is screwy, but if you come up this line and up and over, you're good. And that iron on 6 will check with the dimensions on 20. Up to you guys.
Okay.
I'd hold it with a kink. That's me.
And then this is the north? This
The only
meets
thing that kinks based
the
on
north
it
line of 20?
The
is
kink's based on
lot
the
number
plat.
20, which we already can see has a bad dimension on it.
This is the north side of 20?
Yep.
Plot 20? It's not platted. Oh, wait, Fisher Shores, oh, it ends there.
Stop short.
Yeah, thank you. Anyways, you want to,
You say there's a plat to
so
the
here
north of
is
it?
the,
No, it stops short here. This is unplatted.
Oh. And no survey of that, actually. Okay.
so no matter what, we got to set a witness corner, right? And
So-
where we were
Was
watching
this
was.
at this point?
It's out in the
This-
water. The iron I set that she's got on the sketch is back from where
But this was, what, marking the plat?
yeah, that was the plat.
At one time?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
But instead of it being on a projection
It's-
straight across.
Yeah, it's just
exactly
deflected,
Build it according to the
plat.
plat.
Put the plat back.
20.
according to the
Which-
control of the plat.
Right, which puts a deflection at the
Okay,
right of way. So-
got it.
So the question is,
Don't have a problem with
whether or not
it either
we
way,
just
but
put the section line through straight, or if the whole the line
Really, where
established by
Zach got
Zach.
his iron, I mean, I think when you said it was probably okay, but it's pretty much the end right now. So if I,
To hold his
that
iron and just
lot,
come back east of
I
it?
would set it back, I wish I had a picture to show you guys. The guy next door had
set
a
it where it's safe. I
walkway.
mean, you're already setting the meander and
It's a witness already, yeah.
Yeah, it's a witness no matter what.
Just out of curiosity, how much does it deflect? Oh, the 1.4
Yeah,
feet, that's what
down
it
here
was.
it's a foot and a half, yeah.
Got it, okay.
And that's a pretty short distance, so that's pretty,
I said, all I can say is I retraced lot 20 of the plat. That's where it checks out at.
but you
I
found.
didn't run the whole section line for lot
I did.
20.
I was gonna say, you,
Section line.
you found the other
And it was a
monument.
lot of work, believe me.
Well, I mean, I did the same
was
thing for
horrible.
those other ones.
So what did you do? Did you put like record
Yep.
Record
So
angle in
if you
here
hold
and-
this corner
Yeah.
and this is your back sight and holding this distance checked out for like a 1/10, this checked out for like a 1/10. So then I just use that to figure out where that point was and where that point was. I didn't try to comp in here because like Vicky said, something's messed up right here.
So what did you get with the inverse?
Everything checks out here for the
No, I mean,
comps of
what's
lot
dimension
20.
did you get?
What do you mean, which dimension?
Well,
Did
Oh,
you
this
get,
is-
Compared to the plat.
did you get
Compared to the plot,
598.75?
short. I didn't write it on here. I sent Vicky the CAD file, so I didn't make a sketch of it.
Oh, okay.
well, that's where we were wondering if there was something was turned around here.
Well, the
Instead
number
of a 598
is the original corner of the plat.
589.
Yeah, the original corners for the plat's washed out, so I know I said it shorter than that. But,
Yeah.
I also know that I quit trying to comp stuff up here because this stuff out in the road it doesn't add up right. So, there's something east-west dimensionally there that's not sound.
I just don't see how you could use that plat. That
We
plat
just
got
did
a
it.
lot of mistakes.
This plat has mistakes
Whether
in
it was
it?
mistakes or not, that was where it was monumented. And retracing lot 20 is where it was monumented.
Hmm.
Yeah, see, this is when all these numbers would have been hand comped. You didn't have a computer, it's all done with a adding machine. So there can
Yeah,
be,
you don't
there
have,
can be mistakes.
you don't have bearings along these lines either? Probably not with that plat, right?
Oh, you got the.
Well, there's bearings.
Oh, there are bearings there? Oh, look at that.
I mean, it's the same scenario as what we had on the other ones that I did, where I ran the whole section line and
This
cracked
stuff.
everything out, and you had a deflection at the road. I mean, that happened on, what, 3 of the corners that I did? where you
What
knew
year
the
did you
deflections
want to
had
do
been.
there, Vicky? What's your,
I wanna come back, cause where Zach got his iron is pretty mushy. I wanna come back quite a ways, actually, to get into some higher and drier territory and set something on the section line that I ran.
which would put a kink in the north line?
Well, it'd be a different bearing to go from here, all the way through all the stuff I found to here, and then down to
Then
that
a kink
side.
down to there.
You have to kink it at where the plat starts, which is what we did
Yeah.
on the other couple that we did earlier. It's just where the
But-
plat got monumented. It's what we did earlier. That's where my
I'm-
vote falls, is you gotta hold what's there on the plat and what the section line of the plat was
I
monumented
think
as.
this holds more weight than this.
The plat's original monument.
You think that the section line struck through those points holds more weight than the plat?
Yeah.
I think the plat's an original
Okay.
monument where it was platted, so I
Yeah,
disagree
but we
with you on
don't have
that.
the end of that line, if
Have
it
we-
was out in the
How many other
water.
Yeah.
lots
I
have
would
been
have
resurveyed?
held, I
in
would have
there?
held that concrete monument, obviously, if I would have found it for life.
Oh,
We
that's
don't
where I
have
did this, we do have it, because you've got this corner, this corner, this corner. And if you take these and do the math, you'll come up with this line, and my iron will fall on it. You can go retrace it and check it. And then if you do that, based on this angle and distance right here. you're
I,
gonna go
I don't
right
think
through that
anyone is
line.
arguing with your calcs, Zach. I think you did it right. I think it's just all about whether or not
can't
you want to
section.
hold where the plat line is, or if you want to hold this line as being struck through.
Right, maybe the plat is.
That's where I think the plat, being original monumentation, whether it was done right or not, a kink or not, that's, I guess, where the disagreement's at, is I'm saying that lot 20 and the boundary of the plat holds over the pushing of that section line.
For the location of the section line now?
Just because it was, that was where the original.
It's all because this thing says that north plat line says it's the north line of section 25.
That's,
But the plat says right on it, look at the bearings, there is no kink.
I know,
And
but
I
that's,
reran this line.
I don't
no
disagree with you.
kink.
But that's the same thing we had with those other plats we did on the other side of Big Glen, and there's just.
Except that you
kinks.
found something on the water
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I did here
to
too.
back it up, no. Oh, no, but I mean something on the section line, didn't you? At the water?
that, found something there, and I found that.
On the one with the Weinert irons and stuff, and
Oh,
that's
you
30
found the
feet. we
two
didn't
irons
find
and
anything.
then, yeah, but
So
you
it's the
didn't
same
find there.
situation.
So you're basing all of that
Yeah.
weight on this
So-
record distance,
Not me,
Zach is,
Yeah.
to get to this
And the
point.
angles,
Yeah, he
coming
is.
back up to the road.
yes.
The distance and the angle of that versus,
Yeah, of this, the rest of the slide.
versus this line being straight through.
Correct.
Okay,
It's just a matter of whether the plat
you're
boundary
fine.
or
We're
this,
watching you on
whether
the
to,
screen, just seeing if everything's good.
it's a question of whether to put the witness corner on the plat boundary or on the section line. And the plat boundary calls out being the section line. So it's an
It also
actuality
says
versus.
it's a straight line from here all the way through.
It
It does say
but
that.
in reality, it's never a straight line. It's not. I mean, how many plats do you find where you got
I
it straight?
disagree.
You
So
might,
I'm leaving it to you guys. If you want me to go back out there and,
Have you already said something? Oh.
yeah, because I knew it was gonna be a witness,
Well,
but
what-
I kinda wanted to not, you know. like
I'm
I said,
comfortable with retracing a lot 20. It's not that I'm arguing.
Mushy.
It's the, whether to put what
This is-
controls here? The plat boundary, which says it's supposed to be the section line, or the section line, that's not really the plat boundary.
Question
That's
is,
the
have you ever,
question.
have you ever found a plat that was supposed to be on the section line that actually didn't fall?
We
on?
just had a couple of them earlier. I mean, it's in every, yeah. That's the question I'm arguing. I can defend where my iron's at all day. It's whether to put a deflection there and what should hold in this scenario. I mean, I know you
So
got
if
the.
I just.
I guess if
Not-
you know, if the plat wasn't there,
Plat wasn't there, you'd push the section
you would
line.
just push the section line. So the question is, how much validity do you want to put in the plat as to what the
Right.
location of the,
Mhm.
you know, that plat line, did it actually go to a point at one time?
What's the history on this line? Like on that other one we did?
Well,
we had-
Bramer ran the line out, it looks like, but it looked like he was out in the lake too,
Mhm.
Yeah, I do have some.
for the actual meander corner.
This was that con mon that was out there for the corner of the flat originally, anything?
yeah, it's too bad the con mons got pulled out of
Yeah, I
there.
know,
No.
that screws everything up.
When-
I saw
even
that
the-
and I thought, oh man, slam dunk.
Well, even the iron that's there is getting squishy now, you say, right?
Yeah, it is getting squishy now. And the people next door built like a walkway all the way from their deck to get to the lake because that's how bad it is. It's all squishy and
Oh.
cattail and stuff in there. So here's what I have. I mean, if you guys want to look at the rest of this, this probably you should. There's section 24, basically the same information as what you got. Your dad ran, let's see, did he run down the Fisher Lake? Oh, yeah.
1925, 40, so
He's
that's
got the
her.
580. And that's where, you know, I thought, oh, there's a typo on the plat because he does this, right? And he puts 589.11.
I think it's a typo on the plat.
Yeah, and
too.
then he puts 598 on the plat.
You just transposed the 8 and the 9 probably.
Hmm.
September 20th,
Because
1960.
Bramer's got a that concrete monument on the shore, and he, from what you're saying earlier, he tends to be the one that set those tile mons, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So the mon was there before the plat
Look
was?
at this, Nick.
That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Look at
The
that.
history on it.
Who, Bramer?
Yeah.
I don't remember him setting that tile line.
Who's this?
Boy, oh
This-
boy. So Vicky, you're saying that the numbers in this plat, they don't close? Is that why you don't like the plat?
The
That-
plat, on lot 20,
Yeah,
here
you
is-
just don't like it because it doesn't close? Is that it?
See, it's the same surveyor, right? And he's got 589.11 here and 598.75 there. So we think that was, you know,
On lot 20, you can see on my notes where I quit trying to comp it. I just made sure that right-of-way iron out there fell down my comp line at 20, and it worked. It's more of, what's the history on the,
Yeah, what's the history of that conch monument?
Was that a date? That they ran
I
the
wanted to
line?
ask you what you thought that was.
They might be.
Goodness.
So I measured 1960 into the shore.
Plat was in
It's got
57.
1947.
Mm-hmm.
that was Pierre. Is this Bramer's?
Six,
home?
It
Yeah.
is
So he had
Pre-flat.
Yeah, that's where we're
Pre-plat.
thinking it's probably the 589 and not the 598.
yeah,
There's no like widths or anything for that concrete monument other
Where's that
than,
again here?
yeah, because here's the plat's 589, it's nothing.
Yeah,
I'm
see,
just curious if this con mon of the plat that I comped is the same as the con mon.
Oh,
There
that's
used to be
interesting.
two of them.
So there could be two.
That's what I'm trying to sort out.
What
well, that's why I
year?
asked you, did you shoot this? What did you get when you inversed back to the point on the road?
I don't have my stuff here for that. I got the notes and I sent Vicky the CAD file. I didn't look at it any more than that. My memory's good, but it's not that good.
What,
Well, do,
what year was this done?
wanna just,
57?
57.
So if there were two mons down there, that's a whole nother thing too.
What do these mons look like?
you know, the only thing I was thinking.
Are they the
is,
same type?
What now?
Are these monuments the same type as that clay tile one?
9.
Yeah, maybe not.
I said I found a round concrete monument for point number 9 to the south there.
where is just the boundary that you had of his, my dad's stuff there?
This one?
No.
This is the plat.
Oh, that big
That's the
survey.
plat. Yeah,
This, oh, this one?
boundary here somewhere.
Different
Where-
mon to
Where
the
you had the
south.
other dimension on it.
This one? Nick?
Yeah, that one. I don't know why they would have said something different.
Okay, so this brings up something. Here is an option. See how he's got this concrete tile on and he's got these witnesses right here?
You said tile mon?
And he said he did right there. And we found a pearl of stout. I wonder if, we just excavate, dig under it further, dig under the pearl of stout, see if we can find this. Based on, maybe we can find the witnesses, who knows, go back over there and look for that. I mean, I'm just throwing this out.
Yeah.
And if we do, either find witnesses or the concrete tile on there, then we can, that gives us one more thing.
I better check out over the.
I mean, what do you think?
Sounds like a lot of work.
It
Yeah.
sounds like a lot. That's option number.
You've got tons of stuff on the line. It's just a matter of
Yeah,
figuring out,
it was like
well, it's just the same
all
thing. I
day.
ran it. Well, I get it. I did it on those
all
other
day
ones.
going back there.
Maybe you should check,
We drove up on the top of Miller Hill and walked in.
maybe
That's
you
how we
should
got to
check
there.
Zach's CAD file and see what that inverse is back at.
You might have to,
From where
yeah.
his iron is, okay, inverse back to where he.
Check my
shot it.
math. Maybe I screwed something up, but there's no way I found that tile mon out there if I wasn't
This-
standing out in the water. looking.
Is this mon that's south of it? Is that
I got it as a round.
Is that still
concrete.
there?
Should be.
So if you went and looked at it, you're gonna know if it's the same type.
No, that's regular concrete monument, isn't it?
That's what I've got. in
Oh,
my
that
notes.
might be in
Yeah,
now.
yeah. See,
I just got a round con mon.
the other one is the one that they found on the section line, okay?
Mhm.
They traversed for the,
So that's kind
for
of,
the plat, and they
Yep.
set their own concrete monuments,
Sure.
okay?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it probably has even got orange paint on
Yeah, like
probably.
that picture.
it.
I'm still of the opinion the section line is
Well,
monumented.
maybe instead of arguing about it here for another half hour, just, have Vicky check it,
Yeah,
table it, you can make it.
we need a little bit more
Think
information.
about it, think about it a while, and then we'll come back to it.
I have my.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I gotta go back over there to finish
Here's
one more
the-
corner
for me.
so I can dig under the.
Here's the
pearl
picture.
stuff.
Here's all your goodies. Is this something,
Yeah, that was.
this is our stuff.
I
right here.
honestly, before I dug under that, I tried to GPS that mon
you
I
need
found
this
to the
stuff?
south.
Yeah.
And I'd probably try to look at the neighbor's corner to the north. And if they both match up with what they're supposed to be, that'll tell you where that section line was at.
Yeah, but we don't have a survey of the people's to the north.
You got a deed, don't you?
Yeah, well,
It's gonna give you something to work with,
It depends on what the deed says.
but that's gonna be.
yeah, if it's a meets and bounds, then you can find the stuff that goes
I can
along
look
to
it
it.
up real quick.
So I got one more.
Okay, go
Want me to do
ahead.
it or no? No, that's 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock, are we switching it up?
Go for it.
Might have to change gears here.
We got 2 meetings, we gotta get them done.
Right.
All right.
See what that-
One
I'll
more.
make files.
Yeah, I just wanted to hit a couple of these here too. I think quick.
Okay. I'll try to go fast.
You got 20 minutes.
We'll be here till 5.
Oh, yeah.
We could go over, we just had to tell somebody.
Okay, where's that? There it is.
Okay, here's my picture.
What's the description?
I don't know, I don't mind this. It gets me out of the rat race, so.
Yeah.
And it was
Beginning
snowing.
at a meander
and
corner on the shore of
crappy.
Fisher Lake between sections 24 and 25 that's northwesterly to the point on the shore 165 feet north and 105.8 feet west.
Oh, were you reading that description?
Yeah.
That's the text description for it?
Yeah. So it starts at that and then it goes north to a point 165 feet north.
Oh, it starts at that concrete monument? Oh,
I
boy.
never found one of those to ever check out when they go so many feet north, so many feet
That
west.
description's terrible for that.
Yeah.
So not worth messing with.
No.
Okay,
It's just
this
a
one I did
decision
make
of
an
whether or not we wanna-
LCRC because, why? Because.
Set it on the projection, but
We'll say witnesses, okay.
Okay, I mean, to me, there could be a kink there anyway. Only because of the way this stuff was set, there's so many things, when they run random lines, put points in and stuff like that. I did enough of that myself,
Yeah,
just doing, right angle offsets to the line and going up and then trying to kick back. I mean, in order to turn your angle, you're turning an angle maybe to go north, or let's say when you're going 25 feet over to get around a bunch of stuff. Okay?
yeah,
You send somebody out with a range pole instead of freaking foresight, okay? Then you set your point, then you go set up on that point, you sight that, you turn a 90 with your old K&E Transit, okay? Or even with one of those early theodolites.
yeah, that's why it's so
and then
important to
our-
hold what you
and
find.
Turn your angle with that, head north and then you come back. And then by the time you get to the end, you find out that your offsets are maybe 2-3 feet off, so you're going back and you're checking
Yeah,
and you're adjusting your points.
sure.
All right, I got a LCRC on this one. So we are at the end, we're on the township line.
Township line.
It's like
Okay,
me.
south
What the hell did I do here?
South of Cleveland, oh, I got something to be township here, bad.
I did this?
So south of Cleveland, north of Casson. South line of 31. Oh, I already put N1.
Thousands of surveys later, she's supposed to remember everything.
You're supposed to remember every iron you put in the ground.
Oh, we're on the west side of Glen Lake.
Mhm.
Or east side.
So we
East side,
did
east
not
side,
get
yeah.
all the way to here. It's gonna be a bear, it's gonna be an all-day deal. But I have two distances, GLO 1603 and Bramer measured 1614, and he's the one that set the pipe. Ta-da! On the edge of Big Glen.
South
Side.
quarter corner, section 31.
The only thing we had
Where
from
is
GLO was
this?
a cedar 6 in diameter for meander station. They had a survey, here's Bramer's survey, I'll pull this one out. And he said a meander, but this corner, you got a
Looking
new
at an
survey.
aerial photo
This has
again.
been used quite a bit.
Oh,
Also,
yeah.
real popular for all the descriptions in the area, instead of, and I can see why people didn't write it from up here, because it's on the top of that crazy hill.
Yeah,
All the descriptions are written from this pipe, this meander corner, here's a plat.
Glen Brook.
Not yet. I was gonna say it's an all-day deal, we kinda ran out of time. Here, Dave, you wanna look at this?
Did I give you a plat? Yeah, I gave you a plat.
Got two of them now.
Oh, okay, I know where this is now. Okay, this is like, that was a couple of lots north of the Glenbrook
Yeah, so-
subdivision. Okay.
Is this still Dunn's Farm?
It is.
Did I do lot
I
one?
did a survey in here.
Seemed like I did. Shit,
Yeah, all these surveys I got, all the descriptions are written that Bramer said. And that's how we found it. There was so much metal down there. There was docks and everything piled there. We used your witnesses, Nick.
Yeah,
If we didn't have those, we would have been toast.
Look at that. There it is.
We would have been toast.
This one's done.
yeah, this is, looks,
I
I'm done to me.
I mean, it's within reason, don't you think? Just looking at that, we do have to measure it up here, just like here, but
You found it.
a nice little pipe.
That's, it was
I recall it was kind of a mess.
inch and a half OD iron pipe.
You got the aerial? Can I see the, do you have a county aerial on
Yeah, I do.
Found inch and a half iron pipe.
Here is just the lot, and
Used
then I have a bigger.
Nick's witnesses to find the pipe.
Let's see if we can find this bigger picture.
there? Oh, okay, but this is the one that I did up here.
192,
Okay, yeah, okay.
17, 191, 95. Ooh, that's good.
That's right, yeah, for some reason, this plat corner isn't the same as the plat corner, or the one corner isn't the same as the plat corner of Glenbrook. Right?
Here's the Bramer survey where I believe he might have set that. What's that underneath that? Is that GLO or something? Oh yeah, those are field notes that go in.
Lot 1. This
Here's
is the
big
same
picture.
deal.
Well, this is,
God.
oh, wait a minute.
Here's
Is this king?
the
Same
farm.
Same. Same thing.
So, seriously, right from the edge of this road, the hill goes.
Yeah, I know.
And then it looks like it's pretty sparse up in here, like here's the corner.
Hmm?
So I was
Which
thinking,
is getting,
yeah.
Gotta look at
we're
that
gonna have
zoom
to-
back to see how some fluke if I had to go back up in there.
Oh, it looks horrible.
I know, I didn't.
We took one look at that, it was like 3 o'clock, and we're like,
Government Lot 1. Is there a,
Oh, okay, this was survey of Andrews.
I'm gonna check the map and see. I looked for info on the meander
Hill
corner,
Creek.
see if I've been back to the
Is
section
that this
corner.
Yeah, I'm not.
here is, yeah, everybody's been using that.
Yeah, they call
Great
it, a-
description.
yeah, Bramer calls it there, my dad calls it. Yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
Okay, zoom, 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 zoom.
uh-oh. I don't think I'm the right one.
Bird, that's not Tremaine.
I wonder where I found the witnesses. Did I don't know if I took the witnesses or if I found the witnesses.
These are a little different than, I mean, everybody uses kind of the same trees, but,
Mhm.
you know.
I may have had some older witnesses somewhere.
Where are we in the world for this one? Here.
We're still on Glen Lake.
There's Glen Lake. There's Glen Lake, there's Glen Lake there, there's Glen Lake School.
You know where Miller Hill Road and stuff, all that stuff is?
No, I don't have all those roads memorized yet.
All right, so you come down from Laker Shakes right here. Burdickville Road, Glen Lake School's up here, so you come down to Dunn's Farm and then you cruise along Dunn's
Oh,
Farm.
yes.
Somewhere a little bit north of here, there's that garage with the car, back into the car on the garage door, like painted on there, like the old.
Oh, yeah. So Dave, on this,
Yeah,
you're down here.
Here, somebody-
oh, right there.
Yeah, you're on the bottom, the very soft line.
It's kind of the same scenario as the last one, is
I was gonna say,
you're where you're at.
does that line kink, or?
I don't know, if
And
you
the
didn't go
question-
there yet.
Oh, you didn't know that? Oh,
that's
We
kind
gotta
of-
do that.
so we don't know.
It's, again, where you.
He's calling it the meander corner, but in this case, she's finding it.
I found a corner.
So it's actually a monument. That's
So
the difference.
before you found it, Nick, was someone there before you that said that point?
Oh, yeah. Right?
Oh, we're done.
It's the corner of the, inner corner at Weston, it says right on the plat, so.
I wish Kyle would kind of put approximate dates on.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know what to put. What do you think, 1940s or something?
I don't know, I have to look at
1946.
book 21. Yeah, it's probably early 40s.
I'm gonna do that on all mine too then. I'm gonna put 40s for any Bramer notes I've got.
Well, it depends on the book numbers.
Well, this says 1959, right? That there? I think
This
it
is
does.
my dad's.
One of them says 59.
Yeah, this one here is his.
But for Bramer stuff, it'd be before Pierre's stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go generically with the 40s.
But I can give you guys roughly some dates depending on what book is on here as to where they fall, okay? See, he started his books in about 34, 33, 34, okay? And that's up to 54. And he had, how many books did he have? He was well into the 30s, I know that. So if you look at book 21, I'm just kind of placing it in the middle, like in the 40s.
Okay.
But I can find pages, there's probably some pages in this book that'll have dates on it.
Dates on them.
So then we can put that
Have I put
in.
back in there or not? I don't think I have, that's too
It's a
far.
bear.
Okay.
It's just-
Well,
Do
that's
we-
over the hill from my house.
Do we want to
So,
argue about this, or do we want to accept this
Yeah,
as
what do you guys
locally
think?
accepted banner corner?
It's gonna be an N blank, because I don't have that. Oh, wait, I got the 2813. I can tell you what it's gonna be. 2813.
I like it.
Hmm?
So I like it.
You wanna
Yep.
call it an N or a witness?
I guess it's gonna be the
I'd
same as
call
the
it
one,
an N.
it's gonna be
Okay.
N, but it's gonna be the locally accepted. 'Cause they said it as a meander. Regardless of kind of where GLO falls, it's gonna be,
Locally
Oh,
accepted.
no,
yeah,
yeah.
locally
It's either
accepted.
locally accepted or depending on what your DLO is gonna be.
Yeah, we can't say
Well, it's right there.
perpetual because we don't know.
Huh? Yeah, but you haven't measured from the,
Oh,
nobody's got any
if
actual
it's
measurements.
way out from Bramer,
Oh, you got a Bramer distance.
yeah.
I think it's still gonna be a N whatever, and it's gonna be your locally accepted.
Yep.
Yeah, 'cause I mean, if Bramer set them on, it's gonna be like the, whatever one we had on about.
Mm-hmm.
He said it, he was the county surveyor. That was.
And you found it, and I found it, and it's still there.
Yeah. It's basically a reestablishment of the meander corner by the county surveyor. Okay.
You guys need, did you guys already make the motion? I need to jump in here and approve, second something. I don't know who did what.
I don't think anybody's made a motion, but geez, you're what, only 11 feet difference?
Yeah, it's good to be right
Yeah.
on it.
And you look at this terrain, what they
Yeah.
measured.
Yeah.
Bramer didn't find anything, did it? Like, I'd love to say it was a one, but
He didn't note it in that one unless there's another page.
Well, I got, plan of serrations, iron pipe set at meander corner.
Well, you're showing 1946 here,
1946.
so there must, you sure you don't have another
Yeah, I do.
somewhere?
Yeah, let me get up there. That out there for you guys.
Let me see which one you had in your pocket.
Yeah, I
this-
know, look at,
Meander Corner's already in on this one. He just talks about using
Yeah, that's
it.
what I was wondering if there was an earlier one.
so here's one of your dad's.
33 here.
Ring Fraser. Scotty Fraser. This is, I just got this for the section corner. This is an old Perla thing.
What's that? Is he?
Oh, I know why, because, let's see, do I have this? Yeah, it wasn't very helpful. And he's got one and there's nothing there. Kind of a bummer. Oh, here it is, plan survey, 1947, right there.
47?
What's after the plat?
Yeah, he puts a one, puts an arrow to it and then nothing down there. I'm wondering if he wrote it in like by mistake somewhere else.
He's saying iron pipe at the end corner. No, I don't know if he said found it. Just
Yeah, this is after the plat.
Looks like he put sound symbols on there, doesn't it?
Yeah, if there's no tie, there's no tie.
I don't know, but I've never worn a mask for this long.
No, it's starting to drive me nuts. but-
Started to irritate back ears.
It'll do that.
Less breathing.
Well, he's got, oh yeah, he shows this and then what he does is he uses it to start his description and goes up here and
Yeah.
describes
Yeah.
that.
It was already there in the plat. We need something prior to 1946.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's gonna.
Otherwise, it's gotta be the,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's number 4.
yeah, it's gonna be a,
Let's move on to the next one.
yep.
Okay. So you're still thinking an N, but you're thinking it's gonna be a
Yeah,
lovely, whatever.
yeah.
And that's it for me.
And something, okay. Okay. Do you still have another one that we didn't talk about, Vicki?
No,
Oh, we
well,
didn't.
oh yeah, I got another one. Yeah, I'm not ready. It's the one I have to switch out because it's under the bridge.
Oh. Did you find any trolls under the bridge?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't
like
even
that,
go
Joe.
there.
Beat me to it.
Oh, you're gonna say the same
So
thing?
who first and who seconded it?
Huh?
Did you guys even do that yet?
Did you first it and I second it?
Yeah, I'll make a
Okay.
motion, yeah. Not being recorded properly, but I think we've discussed it enough to know what we're talking about, huh?
Yeah. It is where it is where it is. The nice thing about that one is it hasn't washed out yet.
I know, it's back far enough, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I got this set up to do G2 first. Which is, I think, how you got it even on your agenda.
Yeah, well, the back page, nickel nine. I'm gonna put this over here.
There's a little packet. For everybody.
Oh, there we go.
That's a really nice looking monument there.
That's not it. Here, you see the circle there right in the middle of M22?
Yeah.
Big concrete road?
Oh, there's nothing left out there, is there?
Oh, no, there's nothing there.
Oh, that's gonna be solid.
We ain't putting anything in there, not unless you wanna, the
Oh,
county wants to go out and borrow some money to get somebody to come out there and
Drill it?
get MPOT out there to drill it and set up all the signs for stopping traffic from both directions, and if they wanna pay for that.
My uncle downstate, what
Uh-huh.
he uses, is he's got a drill.
Yeah,
It drills down into the concrete,
yeah,
and then he sets a magnet,
yeah.
drops that in a hole,
Yeah.
and then he epoxies a disc, and that sits right in there, so it sits on top of the concrete.
Well, what's it cost? If you're doing that in the middle of M22, you gotta get this, what's that company that has all the signs to stop traffic and everything else?
And so
direct
many
traffic
people, right? You
around
gotta
it?
have like X number of people to be,
Yeah,
yeah.
so who's gonna pay for that?
Yeah. Well, that would be like next year, if you, let's say you didn't do it this year.
I'm not,
when you-
I don't wanna do
You-
it.
you
You
do
can
it.
give it to somebody else. and
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do it, put it that way.
I don't blame you.
This is, a corner's in the middle of M22, everybody, I mean, me, Gordy Frazier, all these people, we all witnessed we witnessed the corner by the plat monument to the west, and then they set an iron to the east on the road right away, okay? And that's what I recommend doing, is just either, in fact, we have a monument to the west as a witness. It's a plat monument for Marine Corps. Gordy Fraser has one to the east on that quarter line going to the east, because it's a quarter corner common to the two sections, okay? Right here, everything's right there.
Okay.
So if we do set a remon thing there, being we got a concrete monument already to the west, I would set it at Gordy Fraser's iron on the east side. That's my recommendation. So you guys can talk about it.
And you would set a witness for it?
Yep. And then if somebody in the future wants to go along there and actually cut a hole in the road, they can do it.
Was the plant monument a concrete monument?
Yeah. Right. But we've got witnesses on both sides. I mean,
So are you thinking of holding the plant monument?
the plant monument's gonna be a witness to the location in the middle of the road, okay? Gordy Fraser has an iron set on the east side of the road. Now, we could replace their iron if you want, with a
another
Remon
witness?
iron, and that way we got a Remon iron as a witness on the east side, and a plant monument as a witness on the west side. Plus there's ties to the section corner to the north and section corner to the south. We've got, all that stuff's tied in. If you want to look at the survey. Now, there may have been something there prior to them putting the road in, in 1947 or 48, whenever it was that they put the road in. You've got concrete that's as deep as the table is above the floor out there in the road.
Is that why this one got tabled years ago? When
That's why we probably never even did it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we just never,
It's mostly the concrete though, it's
yeah.
not paved, it's concrete.
Yeah, if it was blacktop. Hell, but even then, the problem you have is that you have to follow MDOT's rules for stopping traffic. Okay. So if you want to figure into your costs, in other words, eat up the Remon budget in order to do one corner.
Oh, I don't disagree with the safety and the costing of it at all. I'm
Yeah.
thinking of,
I don't think you have to, because you've got points there that all police surveyors, even dating back to my dad, okay, have used the location of that by the witnesses,
Is there anything there now?
okay? That's how they use it.
Was
Is there anything
record of
out-
Anything ever be?
Anything out there right now on the road?
Not to
Nothing?
my knowledge. Ted Weinert said one time he found a PK nail
I see
out there.
Gordy's,
Okay.
a couple of
Okay.
surveys.
But that's sometimes if somebody put a PK in the crack,
Yeah,
okay?
just because it was easy to put it there?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this survey's got it witnessed by a 1/2 inch iron, a bar cap, a conmon, a conmon, a conmon.
Well, the monument to the west that's at 60 feet is just a MDOT right-of-way monument.
Oh,
They got some big distances on here, the more I look at it, the one's a 1/4 mile away.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, it's probably the other plat monument to the west,
Yep.
the other corner of, yeah.
There's no disputing where this thing sits, it's there?
No, that location is there.
Okay. It's just whether or not to put it exactly where it is or just.
Well, what you could do there too, if we put the witness off to the one side, okay, you could GPS that point, you could GPS the point on the other side, and you could actually come up with a coordinate for that point in
I
between.
think if you did that and then you, set something closer, just down the right of way a little way, someplace safe, so that we had 4, then you could tie it in from versus, that'd be the only thing I'd say, is 4 witnesses to it, so that way,
Oh, well, it's easy enough to hit the section corner to the
There's
south.
no trees or
That's in
anything
the
around
road.
there.
And I think I got an 8th corner even.
Or is there?
there's trees, but I was just thinking for the sake of, okay,
You should
somebody
be able
else.
to hit more than 2, 3 would be nice.
Yeah, just to let you swing some arcs, so that
Yeah.
way, say I'm going out there, I don't have 2 opposite each other on the road that,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah.
you're not trying to do this and you got some big north-south split.
Right.
Something to lock that
Oh,
down.
you're just talking about setting a bar and a cab?
Yeah, just set something random for some other witnesses to it, so that way, if somebody had to go out there,
Is it,
it'll make their lives really easy to compute the
fine.
is
location of
that
that.
more of a reference
We can-
monument, or is that a witness monument?
The.
Isn't there 2 different
there are two
definitions?
different Definitions for it. These would be,
That's actually a reference
those
monument.
would be.
Reference
monuments.
monument.
Yeah.
So I think if we're doing this one to avoid the safety issues and stuff and the cost and the concrete of the road versus the cost of just having to shoot the 4 reference monuments to get out there, I think we gotta do the 4 reference monuments and
I agree.
call it out and,
Yep.
But do we want to set a remount at one of them?
You can set a disc that says reference to G2, right?
Oh, yeah, but do we want
do
to
you
do
have
that
any
at
of those
all?
little,
We do.
do you have 4 of those that just go on irons?
I think we have 2. I mean, I can get them for you really
Yeah.
quickly.
That's fine.
Just set those so it's not ambiguous as to
Then
what it is.
Somebody
Well,
find it right
we've
away,
already
you know
got-
just
We
what
got
it
2,
is.
so we only need to set 2 more.
Yeah, and you got the con mon on the other side of the road, so that won't be ambiguous, so I mean, arguably you need 3.
So Zach, you're thinking of setting it right on the section line, right? Or
I'm
whatever it
thinking
is?
of, you got a monument on one side of the road, you've got an iron on the other side that could very easily turn into a reference monument with one of those reference monument
Mhm.
caps. That gives you 2, and then,
Well, we probably got a monument here too, it's not that far up the road, right on the curve.
yeah, I mean, if you can find another con mon for the plat or something right nearby,
Something up there.
and then you'd have to do something this way, just,
Oh, I see.
but set reference monuments that aren't, you know, like the,
Mhm.
nothing against the other survey, but that aren't a quarter of a mile away.
Right.
So that way, if, you know, you're doing this later,
So when he
You go out and shoot those
so when
4
he
of them?
GPSs, he's got to GPS the reference monument.
All 4 of them, and then put the coordinates of all 4 reference mons right in the LCRC.
Yeah.
which won't be that crazy for work, because they'd be your
Well, this-
witness, they'll be,
it- With the exception of the monument to the west, which might be underneath a spruce tree or something that's right there, they're landscaping. These other points are wide open.
you'd be able
Yeah,
to set and
it's not a
just
big
turn an
deal.
angle and shoot it
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah.
I think that's
Okay.
a good way of doing it. I'd make a motion that you come up with 4 reference monument locations to avoid the safety issues of drilling through the concrete on M22.
All right, that's fine with me.
So these little monuments we have there we use them for putting in concrete is why we got the little dinky ones and not, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you still you still have to set them on something like,
Well, did they go over a 1/2 inch rebar?
I'll have to look, I think so.
Just find out what they go over, if it's
Yeah.
1/2 inch or 5/8 or whatever, I can get whatever size you need.
Yeah, so that's what's gonna be my question. Do you wanna set something over a 1/2 inch rebar and? or
Is
do you-
there enough monumentation out there that we don't have to do that?
Well, I'm thinking I only gotta do is really set one.
You got one at the 60-foot right away,
Yeah.
right?
We got one to the east. Oh,
What
yeah,
are they-
one at the 60-foot right away to the east, one to the 75-foot right away to the west.
You could come up to one of these plat mons up here on the curve of the road,
And I
which
could
isn't
come-
that far up,
No,
200 feet. That's not ridiculous.
so you.
As long as they're there, you know.
Yeah, as long as they're
And then-
there.
But, that leaves you one more somewhere to the south, but,
Well, there's not gonna be any to the south until you get way down here.
no, but if you just set one off,
Yeah, it doesn't have to be far away from the from the location where this thing's supposed to be.
Yeah.
So if anybody goes looking for it, they find that and that, it lets them find the rest
Yeah.
real quick and
Yep,
comp that
It'll
spot.
all be on the LCRC.
yep.
And I
So,
think.
Does each reference monument need to be witnessed on the LCRC? How does that work?
no, well,
What are we witnessing?
yeah, you're using the reference monument as
As
one of
we-
the.
I'd have
Right.
to read the logistics on that, but there is something there. I don't know if you have to read the language,
Yeah,
but there's a rule for reference monuments. I don't know.
Because these are witnesses to the corner.
I mean,
Or
technically, that's
references.
what we're doing with these meander.
Yeah.
We can't get to, we're setting a witness, we're calling it, witness to
Right.
the meander corner position. Because you always have to say, the meander corner position is so far over this way, or whatever,
Right.
say that.
Mm-hmm.
But we make the LCRC all about that witness monument, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So that's what you're gonna be doing on this one. You're gonna be calling. Your
As long as the
LCRC is
state-
gonna be about G2, right? Right there? I mean, I'm trying to think through what's gonna be on the LCRC.
I have to read
G2,
the act again, just to see what it says about reference monuments.
Yeah.
Just so that the state doesn't hang it
Yeah.
up when it comes through. I know they're gonna
I
be,
should call tomorrow and find out for you.
Well, if they want to give us the money, do it, additional money.
Yeah,
oh, well, I mean, this sort of thing
We-
happens
we-
all
we-
the time
yeah,
downstate.
it's,
Yeah,
we have more money this year. You know why? Because I didn't buy any more discs
Doesn't matter,
or
right?
pipes, because when I moved out of my office, I found so many. I have a barrel in my, back of my garage just
Well,
full.
Well, maybe you could buy, instead, you can buy a different monument that's actually it's stamped reference monument on
Yeah.
it.
I'll call Mike Barger and ask him what they use downstate.
Yeah,
What do they
Michael,
do? Because
tell you what to
obviously
put on
they're
the-
doing
Yeah,
that.
it's gotta be happening other places as well.
Yeah, all over
You
the.
guys
Mike will give
Okay.
you the straight scoop on that, and that's a great idea. It keeps everybody safe, it keeps the cost for the extra caps is way less than the cost to stop traffic and the inconvenience of everything, so.
Yeah,
Okay, so this one you will get back to you about,
I mean, if MDOT was out there, cutting the concrete, wherever they got expansion joints again, and filling it in, they'd already have it stopped. Then you could get somebody out there, but you still have to get the equipment to do it. I don't have it.
Just
You'd
set a
have to find-
monobox,
You'd have to find somebody.
coring machine there at
Yeah.
that point.
Right, but how far down do you have to core?
That concrete could be,
about,
I know how thick that concrete is. I mean, the stuff's like this out there. It's at least 1.5 feet, if not 2 feet.
yeah, it'd be a logistical, this is way better solution.
so should we make a motion to approve setting reference monuments, which we're going to find out later what they're going to be?
Or we can just do that at the next meeting. It's up to you guys.
Well, in the
I mean,
meantime, you
what
probably
we've
want to be out
decided to
there
do-
doing it, right?
Right, what we decided to do was set reference monuments.
Or
to-
find reference monuments even.
Right,
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd make a motion that you set reference monuments to the location of the quarter corner based on input from Mike Barger that Vicky will get.
Then
Second.
That
Second.
sounds like kind of a table to me, but yeah,
Well, you can go ahead and do it, but you're gonna find out between now and then. So that gives
Yeah.
Nick the go-ahead to wrap it up
yeah.
based on Mike's input. And it gives you the opportunity to go GPS everything, because you know that Mike's not gonna come back and go, what are you guys?
oh,
You'll know how to report it.
yep,
yeah,
It'll go
and let me talk to him and I'll tell him to send me up his credit card.
Mike's been real
Mike will
reasonable.
probably have an LCRC for you too, and he'll just send it along. Here's a previous one done from wherever.
It's been my experience, he's been really reasonable to work with on stuff for the state.
Oh, yeah.
He's been good.
Yeah, he has been really good.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Nick, what
This
is
one,
next?
here's a meander corner. Not a whole lot of stuff there either. Did everybody get one? Okay. Because I have more copies, just in case somebody from the public came by.
I did the same. I only printed one extra, but
Concrete monument at the edge of a tall bank.
Yeah.
And the Gander Corner falls
The GLO distance actually falls to the west of that.
west of it.
Yeah,
Which one are we doing now?
yeah, this is, it's on the north line of Lakeview Terrace down
Oh,
in
yes.
Bingham.
So is this number off the?
I don't know what the number is.
Okay, all right.
Is there a number there? Oh, he's got 011.
Yeah, so I was wondering, I'll find the, 3011. Hey, it's in an Indian village. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, never mind.
Lot number 7.
Dang it.
Here, we can look at the picture here too. Where it's at.
there.
Okay. You can see the monument here, okay, in that flat. Right there, right on the edge, that's just where it drops about 50, 60 feet down to the water,
It's
okay?
heading back.
Yeah. Now, the Remon, or the GLO distance would fall back over here.
How far back?
Um,
Not crazy far.
No, what did I have there?
GLO is, I'm writing it down, GLO is 2191.
I thought it was on that sketch.
20. Yeah, the plat's got 2205, 22.
Yeah,
So we're talking reasonable distance, right?
Yeah, 14 feet
5.
further east of GLO distance is what you got in
14.
here.
Yeah.
That's spot
That's-
on.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
see, Bramer here, it was
And he
at
says on top of bank.
2232.8 is when he was at the top of the bank, edge of the bank, okay? What was the distance we were giving you?
He's got 2205 on the flat part of it.
It says it right here in the notes that it's on the bank.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, because the GLO note said that it was a steep bank then going down to the water, and so they.
Set post on top of bank.
Yeah.
This sounds like a
Yeah, here we go,
slam
yeah,
dunk.
yeah, GLO was 2191.20 to that monument. We're, okay, he didn't write the overall distance.
Stake at top of bank.
He's
Stake
got
at
14
top
feet
of
further
bank.
east of GLO.
Oh, okay.
Big
Yeah, he
deal,
just didn't
right?
have it on the thing here, yeah.
Sounds like an N something.
So, that line was run by Bramer and my dad. Basically found, they both went from the section corner through the government lot corner out to the top of the bank. And I believe,
So the line, oh, okay.
Concrete monument. 20 feet east of the northwest corner of section 11. Is that the flat monument too?
There's the flat monument on there. You can see the distances coming over to the 2205, to the top of the bank.
See, the thing is, when both he and Bramer ran it, they made no mention of a meander corner. Okay, so they were,
It's gonna be a locally accepted one unless there's a, someplace.
well, I would set it at GLO, 14 feet back from their monument.
I'd say it's close enough to GLO that I wouldn't do that, personally. I
I
mean,
agree.
you're still close. I
Yeah,
mean,
we were, what was one of those where we were going at 100 feet, thinking that was okay? Yeah.
That's
I mean,
up to you
you're
guys.
14 feet, I'd hold that con mon all day and call it,
Yeah.
and
It's up to you
whatever.
guys.
and-
Yeah.
I'm thinking he does have it right, it looks like 11 on there.
Make your motion and
You gotta run the whole line to see if it's straight?
plan. Although it is out, it is
Just giving you
out.
crap.
It's straight on this, in
It's
this
straight.
document.
Yeah, it's straight on here.
Looks straight to me.
Actually, that's probably out in the open.
It's,
It's
I'm
across
just
the
giving you a
road
hard
for-
time.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
don't,
we
no.
could do that.
No, I'm just giving you a hard
Well,
time.
you have to put a dimension on there.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah,
That
have
you
to-
measured, you know, get the, on your LCRC.
So we'll probably have
But
to
you
shoot
got it on, I guess, right? I don't,
It's all open out there?
Farm. Should be able to
Let's
tag
see.
it. It's off the page, I think, but.
yeah.
And you have to show, do you have to show a distance on the
Lead point.
LCRCs for the,
yeah, you have to
Yeah.
compare to,
or something?
yeah.
Okay, so what do we want to do here? Just
I was
accept,
just asking Dave, what do you
we're
think?
gonna,
do you think, Dave?
use the concrete monument.
I'm thinking.
He's thinking, hang on. Yeah, and they even say at top of bank, at GLO,
Yeah,
they even say that. And so does Bramer, right?
it's hard to dispute that. So is this a number one?
So you didn't find anything.
No, because you're missing
What are you missing?
the connection between the post to the whatever's set after that.
Oh, no one said that they found a post and replaced it with a concrete mon?
Right.
That's what we're missing.
You got the physical
Unless
landmarks
you
and
got
stuff to say
something on the
that.
plan, what does it say? Is it
Doesn't say
level?
anything on there.
Doesn't say anything. All it is a traverse line on top of the bank.
It's not a one,
Yep.
it's not a perpetuation. You could argue that it's a two because it's a reestablishment, because it ties in with GLO distance as well, and it ties in with the physical landmarks.
I don't know, I'm thinking maybe,
It's been a long time.
I
What
mean,
did,
it'd be a meander corner, but.
I think it's probably a 4.
that's kind of where I'd lean with it, is it, it'd be nice to stretch it to something, but I don't know.
I don't know. Well, it is on top of the bank. There's some space.
But I don't see in their notes where they mentioned that they put the point at the meander corner.
Yeah, there's enough.
It just happened to be at the
It's
top of the bank.
coincidence,
Yeah,
it's supposed to be.
I think so too. Because they would have said right here, something about this being the meander corner.
Yeah.
Oh, true. Okay.
It's there, it's a GLO landmark, but you don't know if there's no,
It could be just coincidence that it's
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm, true.
yeah.
because the top of the bank didn't move.
Right.
Okay, so we're,
Although
Best of
I think
So
some,
number
I think
4.
some of it has fallen into the ground, because they wouldn't have set the monument right at the edge.
Right.
Yeah, so they have lost a few feet there.
Mm-hmm.
Best available evidence. Language.
Okay, so we're gonna use the concrete monument.
do you want a motion, Zach? No,
I'll make a
second.
motion that the concrete monument be held as the best available evidence of the position of the meander corner.
I second. And 11.
This is N11?
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we look at this too, because these are, okay, these, 11, so.
Or 11 and 2. it looks like in 11. You got 7, 8, 9, 10. Gotta be 11.
Yeah. Ching.
Oops, I think I need the picture.
Right here.
This one?
Yeah. Yep. Unless you want it for a souvenir, I can always run another one.
I'm good.
Okay.
Blank wall space you need to fill in.
Huh?
Blank wall space you need to fill in.
Yeah. Okay, do we want to continue here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And at least get one more.
Well, I got two of them, we could do it one.
Oh, you said you had two, you can do it.
Yeah.
Those, that'll be ones we've never seen before, and I got one to report back, and you've only got, what, a couple to report, but we should have some pretty good direction on it.
So what I'm gonna do is give you one of these.
Well, this is actually a section.
One that,
J1.
nobody's ever found, and then I'll give you one of these two. In the corner. The east of it.
That's
Okay.
where you're going with it.
Yep. Okay. And then on that, kind of read the data from both of these things.
It's J1.
They're
J1.
really close
The
together.
north quarter corner.
Oh, this is out on Northport Point?
No, this is out on
This isn't Bingham yet.
the section line between
Just down from
Suns Bay,
Chuck's old house.
Suns Bay Township and Bingham Township, down on the water there.
Oh, boy.
Down below, there's a plat, down below there, Norwood.
And I see McAllister on there,
Dude,
so.
yeah.
My friend said that she lives in here and she said there's a picnic area.
Well, yeah, we
Okay, you
could,
can see where the gas grill is, sticking off out there. Or not the,
yeah, we drove down that lower road to get there, the private road.
Oh,
That kind of road. And then, but then when we got down to the end, we could walk around the middle gate. So, anyway,
30 feet in the water and you get there. Okay.
we actually, they'd already shot these in. I had Tim out there to GPS these things. Because we were doing all this work for Livingston in section 2 and 3. But anyway, the only reference ever to, besides GLO, which would be out in the lake by about 30 feet. Okay, that's on the meander corner. Okay, and even though people were working in section 35, they never referenced the north quarter corner of section 2. We never found any reference other than GLO for the north quarter corner of section 2.
Okay.
And there was some kind of a reference of a rifle barrel as a meander corner, which we couldn't find. It was referenced both in Gordy Fraser's survey and on a survey of my dad's. At a certain distance down there, we couldn't find it. Okay, but the GLO meander corner is actually out in the water. These notes are kind of sketchy, the GLO notes. Okay, they kind of reran this one line twice. That's what they did. This is where you wind up, you've got the double corners there on this township line.
So the meander corner position, it looks like it's about what, 98 feet from the quarter corner position, right?
Yeah,
But it's in the water. But you could set a quarter corner, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and we could set a meander post back up on the shore.
Looks like you found some. Half-inch rear.
Yeah, it's mine.
Okay.
So it,
You see, I did,
Okay, what are these two mods? There's the quarter corner position and then there's something else, 3 feet away.
that's
it
from
looks
the
like.
plat of Norwood Bluffs.
Oh,
Okay, that's a 30-foot wide private road, that's where they set. They just set monuments on each side of their 30-foot wide private road.
oh, got it.
Okay, and when you take GLO distance, okay, of 2640, the northwest corner of section 2, you wind up at a point 3.13 feet west of that easterly monument. Okay,
Oh, okay.
that's marking the private road.
That's just by coincidence.
That's just by coincidence. Yep.
Okay.
It's not said, wasn't intended to be that. They were working in section 35, they didn't care anything about the north quarter corner of section 2. We dipped around all around in there, couldn't find anything. Couldn't find the rifle barrel. I'm kind of confusing things here with you guys right at the moment, but let's just talk about that quarter corner of section 2.
Okay.
What do we want to do with that? Do we want to set a brass cap at 2640? Between the two monuments there? Call it the north corner of section 2?
Does the plat talk about the location of that thing?
No, because the plat's in section 35.
Okay.
It's not,
Right here.
it's not, those aren't common quarter corners.
I see.
You've got double corner, this is a correction line, I think.
I see.
No, wasn't even a correction line, it's just the way it worked out. They wound up with double corners on this township line.
So you're holding the mods that you found for line?
For line, yeah, because that's what everybody is held, that's
Okay,
all that's
sure.
out there.
So,
There's a slight deflection at the section corner between sections 34 and 35 of 3011. Okay, you can see that.
and then there's looks like another little, where's the other little Kit Kat? Never mind, looking right across it. Norwood Bluffs is
No,
on.
yeah, see, it's straight all the way from the southwest corner of section 35 down to the water. Okay,
Yeah, you just must, it's not, yeah, it's just a label thing. I'm
Yeah.
sure it's online, because there's one that's, there's an 8 and a 6 in there that are a
Where's
couple
this?
minutes. But I think it's just more where it probably snapping to on stuff. It's,
oh, I see, yeah, 880839, yeah. 2 minutes in that short a
Yeah.
distance isn't gonna make much.
nobody's,
difference.
you're not gonna see it from, yeah.
Yeah.
And you see, that's not a GLL closing line through there then, so we don't have a falling to compare it to for that 750, 294 over
Oh,
there.
yeah, we do.
If that's the case, we might need to think about prorating that 2640 over whatever the GLO stuff is.
yeah, what are the GLO?
But that would be the only thing I could think of that we could do on it.
That's one of the problems, I think, is the GLO notes are pretty sketchy on that, depending on who you're, where are they?
What's on, where are we on here? 2911. Go to 2911. 14. 2911.
Oh, yeah, it's right there. I had to, because it got chopped off.
It's got something, but I can't read it.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna be your, whatever that is.
22 something, right? Is that what you're looking at? Something here?
There's a 22 here, but there's a,
Oh, I
that's gonna
see.
be your falling from, that's that
Oh,
corner,
there.
and that is.
You almost have to,
Going north. But I don't have, they just give us something here to compare to what,
yeah, I realize that, it's just, like I say, it's kind of complicated the way they did this.
Oh, I think I remember making,
Whoa, there's
oh,
a
it
light.
works now. Jeez, it didn't work in my office. I was trying to get it there.
Actually, I still can't read it,
Huh?
but I can't read it. I want to say it's an 11 point something, but I don't know how that falls.
I'd say 211. That makes sense too.
Okay, this is where they ran east from, you see, along the south side of section 35, but they're starting at the northwest corner of section 2, okay? And for some reason, they don't tell you when they hit the southwest corner of 35. See, they're just going, they're starting there, they go 40, set the quarter post, and then at 42, change is where they set the meander post. That's in that one.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you got that. Same as me.
Okay, they were showing 11.4
That's what it.
change, so
We're
it's
trying to read it.
752.40.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's what they're showing, and we're measuring 752.94.
Yeah.
So it's it's a half a foot. So, I mean, do you prorate that then, or?
It's something that if it ever really, I don't know when it would, so know that I'm saying it, that I don't know that it would.
I just don't know if you have anything to
estimate,
prorate with, because you really don't have anything at this other end.
but all you could do is prorate the 2640 over it. I mean, you could say that they called this out as 11.4, it was 11 point whatever, and I don't, like I said, I'm just trying to, just vet it so that we know.
You're kind of extrapolating there.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing, so.
Yeah, that's
There's no
exactly-
two corners you can measure between,
No,
and you're not prorating, right?
Well, you've got the falling between the northwest of 2 and the south of 30, south, what is it?
Southwest of
so
35.
the question is,
Okay.
those, you see, those have been reminded, and the question there you have too is that I don't think they were ones. Okay, so do you have the actual position of those two things? Probably not. Okay.
No, but you have the best available evidence
Yeah.
of it. And, you know, if we had a BLM
Well,
manual
let's-
laying on the
okay,
table, what
what's
does it say?
What's our
then?
2 dimensions we had there? 11.4 change. 11.4.
Which looks like what's on.
Which is 752.4, and we measured 752.94.
Yep.
So we got a multiplier of 1.0007, and if you multiply that times 2640, you come up with 2641.89.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, and so instead of being 3.12 feet, we're gonna be 1.9 feet closer.
Yep. Which is inching you to that mon.
Yeah, which is interesting, yeah, but you know, that mon is just set randomly, it's not intended to be the north corner of section 2. Okay.
It's a road right away, you said, right?
Mhm.
Or did-
But
okay.
you're right. So I mean, are we gonna set a quarter corner at some monument that's coincidentally in the area and call it the quarter corner?
No, but I think you can hang something off the 2641.89 proves that you took the time to look at the followings and prorate your stuff
Yeah,
out.
and we can set it, yeah.
I mean, I don't like that it's getting closer and closer and closer to that mon, but it seems like we have to do something
All right.
other than run 2640.
Well, you guys
Yeah, because you're
decide.
gonna have a disc there, you
Yeah,
know?
you guys decide.
Yeah.
That's the only thing we have for fallings to compare to on the 2640 to try to match stuff up.
So on the section line from the southwest of 35, you got the Reman corner, and then you got the corner of Norwood Bluffs, and then you have the 2 road ons down there, it looks like. And that's it, right, Nick?
Right.
Okay.
The one iron that we're showing at the bottom of the bank, that we found, it's right on the edge of where it's eroded, but I had set that iron where the original plat monument, it had already been washed out, okay?
I'm probably way overthinking this. Do you have the other page of notes from when they were in 3011?
Um,
35.
Yeah, for section 35. I'm probably overthinking this, but I'm just curious. If there's something that says they were in 3011 going east on the south side of 35.
Right,
I know that's what it says here. I'm just curious, do we have that page?
well, we've got this that shows these distances right here on their map.
But I'm curious if this is a copying thing, and if this isn't, where did they start on this? Did they start at 35?
No, they started at the north, west of 2.
East, south side of section 35.
Well, they're going along that section line, okay?
I want to make sure that they started,
Oh, you want.
It doesn't say, they don't definitely say, but that's the only place they
Well-
could have started. Otherwise, they'd be out, if they started at southwest of 35, they'd be out in the water
Yeah,
750 feet.
I want to see if any landmarks
this was a
will-
township line, so
Yeah.
it was there before they subdivided either township, right?
Well, they did this twice. They were there in 1850 and they were there in 1852. Okay, and they were going in 2 different directions.
18, 15, 18.
Like, I agree, I like the assumption, I just want to make sure that there's.
Yeah. You'd have to assume that because of the 40
you
and the
have to-
set, yeah.
Like I said, you have to make that leap, but I'm curious if there's any other landmarks or
Did
something
they
we can check it against.
Did they say they said anything
Here,
there?
in 1852, they started at the southwest of 35.
Okay.
Okay, and they changed east on the south boundary, and they came to the meander post at 30.86
Well, there's
change.
a,
30.86.
Yeah, see, I've got that, that's in this file here, okay?
yeah, so there's 30.86 chains from here
From
to the
the s-
meander corner,
Right,
and from here to the,
they were saying it was 11.4.
well, I'm just looking to see if the chainage matches up. We got 42 chains from the section corner to the meander corner.
Yep,
So we've got basically 31, we got
It-
11 point,
yeah.
we're really close.
yeah. One is 11.4, they show, and the other is 11.34 or something like that.
Well, it should be
or
the
11
difference between 30.86 and 42, 11.14. Because if this is 30.86
Right,
from here to the
right.
meander.
That's why I say that we had mixed information. Okay?
Mm.
But in this survey, I don't think they, let's see, west, south side of. See, the problem here is they're not only talking about, they're talking about old corners. Okay, like this was kind of a resurvey. Hello? Oh, it's 5 o'clock.
We have that drain commission, board of determination, session starting at 6. So at a minimum, if you're not done by 5:30, can you recess?
Oh, yeah.
5:30.
Yep.
Is that if
You want us to do anything special, maybe, because you're probably gone, right?
No, I'm here because I have to do all this other stuff.
Oh, okay, got it, okay, cool.
So if you recess, you're just kind of bringing it forward to your next session finish. If you're not done. But if you're done, then you can adjourn. Okay?
Is it-
Thanks.
Because I have to get things set up at 5:30.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
so we got a half hour.
I can think of talking about these.
I gotta go, because I gotta pick up my daughter at 5:30, so.
Okay.
I honestly don't know the best way to, it's a,
So you can, option number 1 is set the north quarter corner at the prorated distance, using the proration from the
Well,
1.02.
We have conflicting distances between the north of section 2 and the southwest of section 35 by, I don't know how many feet. What was it? There was so many lengths. One was 11.4, it said, the
One
other
was
one said
11.14.
11.14. Okay, so,
So Dave, are you good for that November date, or you want to
Yeah.
do some checking around?
The 19th,
Yeah.
it's fine. Fine with me.
So we're 0.26 times, 17 feet.
So then you're shortening.
You've got similar calls on here for descend hill, 28.5 feet, foot of hill, 39.5 foot of hill. That's 11 chains right on the dot. So that's even technically a little bit different.
That's why I was just saying, well, 2640. What if
All right, folks.
if you do it
Good
one way,
night.
if you do it
Thanks
one
so
way,
much,
you're
Dave.
over
We'll let you
2640.
know
If
about-
you do it the
I'll
other
send
way,
you
you're
some
less
emails.
than 26.
What's the most defensible position?
Huh?
What's the most defensible position? The worst case scenario, everything goes sideways, this becomes a very contentious position. I don't know how that would be, but if
Yeah,
it
the
does.
2640 would be, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
2640 and then nobody could argue?
I mean, that's,
Yeah, the way I looked at these things was if I set it at 2640, somebody could try to argue, well, these GLO notes are more accurate than those GLO notes, but you've got two different scenarios, you know. two
I
different-
don't disagree a bit. It's
Yeah.
there's,
And with, as far as the meander corner is concerned, that relates to this thing,
well, it's gonna fall in the water no matter what. So
yeah, it's gonna
be a
fall in the
witness.
water. So it's a matter of these two irons that are there. Okay, this one is below the bank, right where the water's washing up to.
The
Okay.
one that, oh, okay.
The furthest one east. The one just to the west of that is up at the top of the bank.
Far enough back to be safe for a while.
If it isn't, I would set it further back, but I'm thinking we should either set the witness to it at that iron.
The
Or,
second one?
yeah, the second one to the west,
Okay.
yeah.
And what is it? You don't have it labeled.
That's my iron. I set an iron up on top of that bank when I surveyed the slot so that it wouldn't get washed out because I knew what was down below.
Oh,
I
okay.
felt I set it at a safe spot at that time. Now I gotta,
Now, the meander corner on this is actually, I don't wanna say the easier of the two, but it's there's no way you can move the quarter corner location enough to put the meander corner on land, because there's not 30 feet to play with.
right.
Holy, 2640 is, it says 2640, I mean,
Yeah, I'm like you, sometimes you like to just come up with a number a little different because then it looks like you
well, it's
actually
vetting.
measured something, but we have nothing to the east.
It's vetting the scenarios is what it
Yeah.
is it's trying to run through the options and
So what do we want to do?
I like the 2640.
I'm leaning towards the 2640 for the ambiguities on the rest of it.
Yeah, the only difference was that on the actual map, I think it said 11.4 chains and then it said 22 down here
Oh, here's the
to the meander
22.
corner.
Right there.
Isn't that on the actual map, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the only difference. So that's how somebody summarized it on the map. No, but then you got two different.
And we don't have the other township
Yeah.
to look at to see.
Yeah. What's the date of this map?
Good question.
I mean, is it based on,
1850, it says.
so this is based on the 1850 notes.
Mhm.
The other thing where we came up with that 30, what is it, 30 point?
Yeah, we got the 3011. Is that what you're wondering about?
No.
Well,
No,
this-
no,
yeah.
the other one where they ran, in 1852, when they ran from the southwest to 35,
yeah, I don't have that.
okay,
on this.
so, I mean, it comes after this
That's
map.
gotta be this one,
Yeah,
yeah.
it comes after this map, so,
We've got the Remont corner for the, oh, yeah.
I guess I personally would defend the 2640 only because we have two different things, but if you want to set it at 2640, 189, that's up to you guys.
I'd have to, bluntly, all I'd do to convince myself one way or the other is go back and see if there's anything in the BLM manual or something that just says flat out, this is what you do if,
Okay,
but that'd be the only thing. I mean, you don't, what do you prorate over if you've got alternate prorations?
Yeah,
So you could just hang your hat on the 2640.
okay, so I don't know if you guys,
Vicky, where do you fall on the 2640 versus the proration?
I think the 2640.
can you guys abbreviate that and make a motion just with you two, or do we have to have Dave here?
I'll motion that Nick set the north corner of section 2 at 2640 from the northwest corner of section 2.
I'll second it. Just make sure in your narrative on it that you put your reasoning on the 2640.
Okay, what about the, meander corner?
Meander corner, I'd motion as a witness to the meander corner, and it gets set at the top of the bank, safe. If your iron's still great, and let us know where it ended up.
Okay,
We can finalize it at the next meeting, but,
yeah, okay.
Witness of whatever it says here.
So really, we only didn't do
Number
one.
12?
We only didn't do one corner, and I'm waiting for a little more information on that anyways.
From Mike
That's what I
Gardner.
just got
Oh, it
there.
might be 19.
and just let us know where that iron falls or
Yeah, it's
something on it.
19,
You know,
I think.
I don't see
For
any
the
reason to
meander.
change it. It's a witness no matter what, so.
Yeah. Might as well put a ream on there instead. Oh, they're shutting us off.
Thank you.
Cool. Well, it leaves you one more to really go over, and I've got one to bring back up, and
Yeah, so we got a reason to have another meeting.
I'm totally fine with my iron being out of position. It's more the pressing, the kinking or straightening stuff that I'm,
Yeah.
yeah,
I'll see what else I can find out there, and
Yeah, you guys mull that over, and I'll go
I-
with whatever way the two you decide.
I said I don't,
no, you're supposed to mull it over with him and tell me what to do.
take my iron right out of the equation. It's just a matter to kink the flat or to straighten the line. And if we start straightening the lines, I just worry that we're setting a,
Precedent?
yeah, and I don't know.
What else was I gonna tell you?
That said, that tile monument was down there in the flat could very easily have been a foot different, and
We were going with,
Yeah.
come on, if it was there, that would have been the corner.
Is that your pen?
no, I was here.
Oh.
Okay, I guess that's it. The 19th, unless somebody tells me different, okay?
Sounds good to me. All right, for the purposes of the meeting, we have to,
I'm going
not-
to
We have to
ask,
adjourn the meeting.
yeah.
no, we
but
can't adjourn, we gotta,
We have to ask if any of the
reconvene,
public has a comment to call 256-8109. We'll give them a minute and then we can adjourn.
Yep, and we're not adjourning, we're reconvening, we're recessing and reconvening on the 19th of November.
Yep.
There you go. You guys know all the,
So I motion to reconvene on the 19th of November. Everyone in favor say
Time, 1 o'clock,
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
1
Aye.
PM.
Aye,
Okay,
aye,
great.
aye, aye, huh?
Member comments? Any comments?
No, no
You
comment.
already made the comment.
No comment.
Okay, well, thanks, you guys. We always have some questions, that's for sure.
Well, you know, when you're, yeah,
you learn stuff doing this, I do anyway,
You-
or at least it freshens things back up on you.
can't just rubber stamp things.
No, you can't.
The legislative meetings and stuff too, we do the same stuff. You don't always agree with what you're saying, but you'll argue it just to see if the other position's defensible or not.
Oh, yeah. Get your coffee cup there.
Cool, guys.
Oh, looks like he left his agenda stuff here. You wanna, somebody wanna keep that?
Oh, I gotta share one thing here quick. She has to get a kick out of this. Logan, this morning, I get him up, trying to get him out the door, and he's throwing a fit over everything he wants.
So you're
"No."
oldest or your youngest?
Youngest. He's like, I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want that. Oh, what do you want? He's like, I want pants like yours. So he had to go through his whole drawer and come up with pants like mine. So we ended up looking alike when we got done.
Oh my God, how cool.
I was like, okay,
All
bud,
right.
that works.
Pants like yours.
We had to have pants like mine, and shirt like when it said work pants like that on this morning.
Oh, pretty cool.
It was.
Pretty cool.
Excellent. Oh,
Do we have to tell them anything, or they just come in and shut
we
it
didn't
off?
have any public comment call in, so I'm assuming we're safe. And,
Okay. They'll
Have a
take
good
care of
one,
it.
you guys.
All right.
And, oh, I still got you an email about I had to pick another corner, so I picked a solo one, and
Yeah.
you'll see it in your email.
Yeah,
You can just
I
look
think
through your
Kyle-
files, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think Kyle, saw it, maybe hopefully he looked at something this afternoon while he was there.
Bye. Okay, this is theirs.